Okay. Yeah. The timing, yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thinking about tomorrow for Shamari then, what time tomorrow then? Hmm? Yeah.
So like this is just. New York Times. Yes. They had a table.
Okay, so you prefer 11?
This is what we'll be looking at. This is what the screen's gonna look like. There's a chair here and a chair there, okay?
Okay.
That's
Mhm.
pretty iconic shot.
Chair and chair. So for you and me, that's where we're gonna be. We're just gonna walk out there right now, okay?
David,
Yeah.
11 o'clock Shamari, can that work? I know you didn't give us the
Yep, I
time.
can make it. I can
Okay.
make anything work.
Because Hakeem Jeffries, they moved the press conference to 4 o'clock now,
Today or tomorrow?
today.
Really?
Yeah, like just now, like she's calling me first.
They're doing it right there.
No, so they're doing it at the Legacy Museum,
Yeah.
but it
So
was supposed to be at 2, now it's at 4.
now it's at 4
So now Shamari can do tomorrow.
at 11.
Yeah, so you'll get out of church and then come straight.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Perfect. Great.
Cool.
Yeah, and I think you should tell them that Charles Douglas and Ahmed Baba are gonna be talking to him.
Okay,
Yeah.
you want me, all right, I'll be on that.
Well, we
I'd
already
like to
told,
have you on, so,
we already told them that.
good, just making sure.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, I wasn't making sure. I couldn't remember.
Oh, yeah,
okay?
no, yeah, throughout the 3 of you.
I'll come up with some.
Not me,
questions tonight.
those two,
Well, yes, yeah,
those 3.
I'm gonna come up with some questions tonight for them.
good, yeah.
Okay, so this is live right now.
Okay, and then it is Zoom, so there will be guests on Zoom as well, right?
Nope. Nope. They're just only watch on live stream. That's it.
But you can see how many people are watching it through, because what did you guys do last night? Was that
On YouTube, you can see.
that was different? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Luke, why don't you come up with us, Luke, right now? One of you come up with us and one of you stay here if you don't mind.
Yeah, if it's
I'll
just,
stay here. All right, I'll text you if there's anything that changes as far as 11 o'clock. You're welcome. Yeah, go ahead. And then I am gonna set up a. Hey.
you're good.
Mhm. Oh. Okay. 11, 12, 15. Okay, yeah, and that, go ahead. Yeah. There is, we just didn't send it because we were kind of thinking he definitely wouldn't be available. Okay, okay. Actually, I don't know if it,
Hey, right behind.
I don't know if it matters. You can check in.
David, okay, I'm bad with names, Kevin. Yeah, hey, name's Ahmed. Ahmed, how are you? Nice to see you, man. Nice to meet you, man. Nice to see you. Kevin, that's David over there.
Oh, well, I know that, but I thought,
Yeah, no,
maybe I heard him say.
that's all right.
Yeah, I know this guy.
Why don't you go here, Ahmed? Okay, Celeste already set this up, so,
Bye.
but I don't want us to be looking at each other, looking at it. So right now she's got it set up. Can you flip it around? We're
Oh, yeah.
live, right? We are live. It's fine. It's fine.
What's up? Hello, you too. So you want no shades, right? I'm gonna get it, want this shot, flip around. Do
Exactly.
you need it a little bit more? Got it. Hi, YouTube. Turning this around.
Your pan around and show the NBC cameraman.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
It's getting serious. It's getting
It's getting
serious.
tight here. All right.
It's getting serious in Selma. Everybody's trying to get the shot. Yeah, this is the
Not
shot
bad.
here. We've got street fair over here, food, festivities. It's celebration here in Selma. Remembrance. Okay,
Good. Well,
yeah, we're good.
we're good.
We're good.
Lester, you can hear us okay?
Yeah, y'all sound great. Y'all,
So, hey, man, do whatever you want now. We're having a good time.
Thanks, Lester.
All right. Hey, people, you're just gonna come in, so we're just gonna chat for a few minutes. We're not gonna get into our substance. We're gonna hold our substance.
Okay, yeah,
Couple
well, let's
bit.
just, well, if you're tuning in, welcome. We are live from Selma right now. Here, this is the Edmund Pettus Bridge. This is David Domke. You know him well.
So Ahmed Baba contributes to MSNBC, runs his own Substack at ahmedbaba.news, right?
Yeah.
AHMEDBABA.NEWS. All right.
Thanks for the spell out. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Also, you contribute, you write some columns for The Independent.
Write some columns for The Independent, do some appearances
Okay.
with MSNBC. I'm going on right after the reason why I'm in a suit, I'm not just a casual suit wearer. I'm going on with Rev Al Sharpton at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. So I'm all suited up for that. Most importantly, I'm here with Mr. David Domke. You're doing intros. He's the director of, well, he's, one of the co-founders of Episcopal, right? And he helps run the Institute, all these different facets, educating people, bringing learning tours here to help enrich people's understanding of American history, which includes Black history.
That's 100%. What time is it right now, Luke?
I'll tell you. Right now it's 2:02.
Okay, we'll get rolling then.
Yeah.
So thanks, Ahmed. So let's just be casual about this to start, but then I'm going to hit some substance. And the title of this session, this next hour, is let me see what I titled it. Oh yeah, Project 2025. Okay, and I want you to take us back in time in a few minutes here. Take us back in time, and then to the first 40 days of this Trump administration. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me set the stage here. So we're doing our second day right now of live streams from Selma, marching from Selma, 60th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, a march in 1965 that led to the passage of the Voting Rights Act. That was yesterday, exactly 60 years ago to the day. Today's one more day. And then tomorrow, there'll be thousands of people here in Selma on this street. And you can see the street over there, right? You can see it?
Yep.
There'll be thousands going across that bridge tomorrow. Ahmed, you might be walking on it, right? You said you might walk it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the walk. I think I'm going to do the historic commemorative walk.
Yeah, it's very meaningful. I've had the privilege to walk a couple times. I'll be doing these live streams, either from here or NBC will be outside or upstairs. But I'll be doing that. Today, though, we're going 5 hours from 12 o'clock Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time, till 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. All right. Right now, it's 2 p.m. time in Selma. Right. There's gonna be plenty of music and stuff coming by here. This is what Jubilee is all about. All right. They call it Jubilee here on, I believe, the Old Testament biblical name, Jubilee, that every 7 years the captives were free in the Old Testament, and you would get your freedom every 7 years. And that was called the Jubilee year. All right. I'm probably like 80% correct on that. Okay. Okay. On that. But they started the Selma Jubilee in the mid 1990s, and here it is right now. And it's been great. We've had presidents here, not this year, and we've had congressional leaders, we've had lawyers, we've had foot soldiers, so true heroes of this experience here all the time. Ahmed, have you ever been here to Selma?
I have been to Selma once before with Common Power doing a learning tour last April. You go and you come and you have a few days here where you take in the history. We walk the bridge. We learned about the struggle of this movement. And this is my first Jubilee, though. This is my second time back at Selma, and I call it a reservoir of resilience. You come here, you get rejuvenated by the strength of these heroes.
Yeah.
Some of them reluctant heroes. Some of them didn't see themselves as people who were going to be in the fight, but did it out of necessity. And you just feel the resonance here today with everything going on.
So let's tell a little bit about, get to know you a little bit. Where'd you grow up?
Northern Virginia.
Okay. And like what town exactly?
So Woodbridge, Virginia, about 30, 40 miles south of DC. It's a suburb. That's where I grew up, and now I'm up in Brooklyn.
Okay. And you went to public schools, private schools? What'd you do?
Public school. So I went to public school. It was a pretty high quality public school. We had I had a technical tilt. I took programming classes in high school, and it was a pretty solid education. It was a really diverse mix of people. And being in Northern Virginia, it was something. It was really something.
What'd you do after high school?
I went into tech. So I worked into tech. I got a help desk job. I went to
Help desk
at like a tech company. Answering
what does that
customer
mean?
support.
Okay.
Yeah, it's customer support calls. I was the guy that answers. That's why you got to be nice to your customer support reps. They're just,
They might be on
They might be-
MSNBC at some time, okay?
but basically, yeah, took a tech job and then just went on to really work through tech. And then I built some apps. I worked on some sales engineering, and then Trump runs for office, and I started tweeting and blogging, and that's how I got into journalism.
So let's take us to that moment. Trump, did you start tweeting and blogging when he ran for office? When he was running, not before he got elected?
In 2012, when I was like 19, I did post about him questioning Obama's birth certificate. So,
Yeah.
like I did, I had opposition to him from the very beginning. Just saw that he was basically trying to tap into Americans' Western impulses. So that kind of moved me into journalism, was him. And then I documented every day of his first term in a column where you can click into any day of the week. And that's why I have no hair at age 32. And I highly do not recommend 10 out of 10. Don't do that. I'm not doing that this time. We have to be more analytical and try to take our time with his avalanche of developments so we don't get disoriented. So I learned from covering the first term to try to more acutely digest what's happening now.
So in the first term, you're thinking maybe you'll chronicle the first month or couple of weeks or 100 days or something, right? And is that what you started out doing?
Yeah, I was like 23 and I was like, hey, I guess I know enough to try to document everything that's happening, and started with just those flurry of executive orders, the Muslim ban, and just trying to keep track of what was going on really for myself and for some of my friends. And then I was like, oh, well, this week, it's like week 2, he's doing a little bit more. Let me do it again week 2. And then I just kept doing it, and then it grew into a column. And that's how, gained my followers and audience. And that's how I even got into the space because of social media. So,
Hey, Luke, you go ahead, have your lunch, man. Okay.
Sounds good, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you don't mind coming back at like about 2:50 just for a transition.
All right.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
appreciate you.
Thanks. So you then make this commitment, you make a decision at some point, I'm gonna try to chronicle every day. Right? And once you make that decision, you're locked in.
Yeah.
Right? Because then you start to feel like the responsibility of it. And
Yeah.
you're like, I want to see this through, right?
Yes. And you start to feel the weight of it. And then your friends start thinking you're crazy because you're 24 years old and you're not going out on that many weekends because you're sitting here chronicling this insanity. And then I felt a commitment to doing it because I felt it was important. I felt he was a threat to democracy. And I think a lot of people who felt that way, especially in the first term and even in between, we see now that we've proven right. The alarmists were realists the entire time. And I think now it's evident the reason why the first term wasn't as bad as it could have been is because of the people around him. Now that he doesn't have those guardrails in place,
Right.
he is running rampant. Look up.
Okay, so let's just do a little bit, and then I want to dive into Project 2025, but I don't want to go there yet per se. You just made one kind of comparison between term 1 and term 2, okay, from Trump. The comparison that you made is term 1, you're saying that he had people around him who we're going to call were reasonable professional people.
Some,
Okay,
but they're maybe not reasonable because they somewhat backed him in the first place, but at least they had lines, some principles.
okay.
John Kelly, for example, would try to restrain
staff.
the chief of staff. We had Mark Esper, who Trump asked, can I just shoot these protesters that were protesting in DC during the George Floyd marches? And Mark Esper's like, no. And Mark Milley was like, no, right? But now you have a Exec, you have these loyalists, and you have people that aren't willing to say no. And that's what we saw happen with Musk, just coming through and rampaging. He might have a more limited role now after developments this week, but that's really what's happening now. The guardrails are gone.
So you look, you're saying that, I buy this, that generally Trump in term one at the start was surrounded by at least some significant number of people that cared about the Constitution, that really saw their role as serving America. We may disagree with them wholeheartedly, but they started from a position of like, I'm a patriot, I want to help this country, right?
Yeah, I think we saw actual constitutionalists that were in there. We saw, even Bill Barr, all people had a
Right.
line, because what we're seeing now is what Trump at the end of his first term started to become. 2020, he really started to get his bearings after the Mueller investigation wound down.
Okay.
He started to understand the government more. And then you saw him implement Schedule F, for example, the executive order that erodes civil service protections. He was gearing up to do a lot of what he's done now. And there were some people who drew a line. Well, even some things were too far for Bill Barr because he saw that they were illegal. This time it's different.
Okay. What's another point of comparison that is a useful for us trying to understand like 40 days? I actually called this segment, this hour, 40 days in the burning desert. Okay. We've been like, I don't know if it's been exactly 40 days, but it's close. Okay.
Yeah.
It might be almost exactly 40 tomorrow, I think. Okay. So he's got no guardrails. He's got nobody who cares about the Constitution around him. So you got a bunch of enablers now, right? Okay, what else? What else is there?
So one of the things we're seeing, this would be a good segue into Project 2025, is they learned from that first thing. They saw which weak points were in the federal bureaucracy,
Okay.
which rules they could tweak, which laws they could try to bend. And then they concocted Russell Vought, who is now OMB director.
Yeah, who's Russell Vought?
Russell Vought he was previous acting OMB director,
What's OMB?
architect, office of budget, management budget.
Management
OMB.
and budget.
Management and budget, yes,
Okay.
OMB. He was also the architect of the first 180-day plan of Project 2025. He's a self-proclaimed Christian nationalist, key planner and architect of Project 2025, which of course is the Heritage Foundation-led project. That the crux of that is that 920-page playbook that Russell Vought wrote an executive branch chapter, right? He wrote a chapter on the executive, and that's what we're seeing playing out right now. The reason they're going for the civil service, the reason they're trying to dismantle these agencies is because they identified these points as barriers to Trump imposing his will. So they learned from the first term and learned from those guardrails that were blocking his worst impulses and immediately jumped into office to try to remove them.
So it's like, in military terms, it's like there was a line of defense at a certain point, and they learned the first term, and now they are implementing the second term. If you take out a chunk of that line of defense, you can drive right through that hole right over there, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So they're implementing. It sure seems like a very clear strategy. All right.
Yeah.
So I want to go a little slow here.
Yeah.
All right. Because you know a lot. And I like to always kind of try to like see the dots. Okay. So I want to go back to a president who actually used the terminology of make America great again, Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
So Ronald Reagan becomes president in 1980 with a really significant, like he got a significant mandate at that time. Over 400 electoral votes.
That was an actual mandate.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Over 400 electoral votes. And he had his own version of what we now call Project 2025, right?
Yep.
And so want to slow you down in how fast you speak just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Because or just mentally I'm trying to track with you, but I'm hanging on right now, okay? So
Sometimes my brain moves faster than my words
No, that's
keep
good.
up with.
that's okay.
But you're right. So Ronald Reagan, he goes and he looks at the first mandate for leadership, the Heritage Foundation.
That's what it's called.
It's called Mandate for Leadership. Every 4 years, the Heritage Foundation, this conservative think tank, creates these policy playbooks, these recommendations for a Republican president. 1980 was their first big one.
Really? So the Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank. It's a bunch of people who are intellectuals who are buying conservative ideas.
Yes.
And they don't work in the government, but they work adjacent to the government, and they give all these ideas over to people who come into the government, right?
Yes.
And so the Heritage Foundation, part of their goal is to have a playbook ready.
Yes.
So when their people get elected, they're like, here you are. Here's what to do, right?
Yes.
Okay, so their playbook, and you're saying it's the very first one they wrote.
It was the first big one that was adopted. So if you look back, Washington Post article from the 1980s, early 1980s, showcased that Reagan implemented a majority of the Heritage Foundation's mandate for leadership recommendations.
Okay,
But one of their complaints in the Washington Post article was that Reagan didn't do enough to target the federal bureaucracy. So you could see, if you look back, there are seeds over these decades. They have planned
okay.
to implement this, and you'll see specific things that they cited that weren't being done by the Reagan admin that now Donald Trump is doing. Some of them were too far right for Reagan. Some he tried to do, but got too much pushback. So it's a decades-long strategy to try to, in my opinion, twist the federal government into a tool of the far right.
So when Reagan got elected in 1980, I know for sure he did not have a Republican House of Representatives. I don't think he had a Republican Senate, but he might have. But I know for sure he didn't have the House. So Trump, in contrast, has all three branches. Plus, we can say that the conservatives have the Supreme Court more or less too, right?
Yeah.
So they have both the executive and the legislative, plus a strong conservative majority on the Supreme Court. And your first point about that Reagan was criticized for is that he didn't take out enough of the civil service employees. What are civil service employees?
Civil servants are federal workers. Basically, there's a probationary period between 1 to 2 years where they don't obtain these coveted civil service protections that make it harder to fire these nonpartisan federal workers. They stay on between administrations and they keep a government running. And those are the nonpartisan civil servants that Trump saw as guardrails or countermeasures to his policy in the first term. And that's why he's targeting.
And by definition, these folks are not appointed by each president. They are supposedly supposed to stay in place for a new president, right?
Yeah, so they stay in place typically because you don't have usually a raging partisan hell bent on shifting the entire federal government towards a certain political bent. So one of the first things Trump did when he retook office, he tried this at the end of his last term,
Okay.
was he signed an executive order
Oh,
called Schedule F,
okay.
the one that strips civil service protections
Okay.
from these nonpartisan
What
workers.
does that mean? They can get fired?
It means it tries to reclassify them as at-will employees.
Okay.
So they're
Okay.
easier to fire.
Okay.
And that's yet to be fully tested in court. But because what Musk has done has made it was so sloppy the way he went about it that they're getting blocked left and right. But we could start to see soon that attempt to roll back the civil service be tested in court, but that's getting ahead of it.
Okay, so there's these legal protections that protect these employees. You can't just come in and fire them without
No.
like some negligence or cause.
Yes.
Right? And Musk, whether it's Musk himself or telling somebody else, just said, we're firing all of these people. Right? And then they got sued by folks who are these employees, their unions, I guess, or others, who said, actually, there's a law that says you can't do that. And what you're saying is that courts have not decided yet whether or not it can be done.
The courts have not yet decided specifically whether that executive order is lawful. President Trump's executive order that strips the civil service protections, because President Biden at the end of his term, once he found out about Project 2025, he did something under discussed. He signed an executive order to try to create a process that makes it more difficult to do what Trump did. But Trump bypassed it and signed an executive order. So we're going to see a lot of these efforts to dismantle the bureaucracy and these agencies be tested in court very soon. But on that note, with Musk, he's been moving so sloppily that it's made it easy for the courts to strike down what he's doing.
So, right, yeah, we that's helping us, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So if Trump had put somebody in there who knew what they were doing and could understand, like they were a legal assassin, like I can And the dam's ready to start right now.
And that's where Russell Buck comes in.
Okay,
We've already discussed. He issued a memo last week in which he dictated to federal agencies begin the process of mass layoffs and is trying to make it more legally fortuitous.
so he's trying to do like a different legal way.
A
through now?
different legal way through now. And he's been planning this for so long.
Okay,
And that's why I was more afraid before the term started, because I thought they were going to be more methodical and careful.
okay.
But because Musk came in with a hammer, it made it a chainsaw, a literal chainsaw.
Yeah,
It made it so that Chief Justice Robert just this week handed a loss,
yeah.
right? When you're not being legally incisive, Musk didn't follow
Right.
the intellectual roadmap, the unitary executive theory, to try to actually make it challengeable.
Right.
So that's where, and we're about to enter that phase though. I think they're about to shift strategies. Indications this week indicate they're going to try to be more surgical, and that's why we got to be more vigilant.
Okay. What time is it right now?
We're cooking here at 2:20.
Okay.
Got a lot
So-
of time.
Roberts, Chief Justice John Roberts, he can't stand conservative sloppiness.
Yes.
Roberts
Yes.
is a lot of things, and he's an absolute devastating assassin when it comes to voting rights. He and Alito destroyed our voting rights system. Are barely hanging on, but he also smacks down conservatives when they're sloppy.
Yes.
He takes some kind of joy about it. All right.
Yes.
He did that with the Alabama court case here when they tried to gerrymander the case, the districts here in Alabama to further racially gerrymandered. And he said, "You got to give me a better argument that you're giving me." Okay. And he kind of like says to him, like you got to do better before I'm going to let you slide through. Right.
Exactly. I'm so glad you brought that up because it's something I've been saying, and not everyone agrees, but Roberts cares about the apparent appearance of legitimacy of his court to some degree. And if you're super sloppy, he sends it back and says, come back with a better case so that I can actually make an intellectual argument for this. And that's what Project 2025 tried to do. They tried to put a legal and intellectual framework on Donald's MAGA id. And that is what Russell Vought is trying to do with these incisive moves. With, the unitary executive theory goes back to Reagan.
What's that?
So it's this legal theory, and this is on topic and within the realm of what we're discussing.
Let's take a minute here. Okay, what is it?
I'll slow down, David. I promise.
No, man, I love it. But my
Brain, bro.
part of my job is I'm interpreting, helping all you and me. And so I like to slow down and walk it through. So there is this idea.
I get so excited talking about authoritarianism. I talk fast.
But I appreciate that because you're trying to get there, man.
So this legal theory, the unitary executive theory, it's the idea that Article 2 of the Constitution
Okay.
basically renders the presidency all powerful.
Okay.
In other words, Nixon called it, when the president does it, it is not
It's not
illegal.
illegal.
Or Donald saying, I'm the chosen one. Article 2 lets me do whatever I want, right? Or more recently saying the law when he quoted Napoleon, right? So it's that theory that goes to Reagan. During Reagan era is when Federalists, when these constitutional theorists, these conservatives try to create a credible theory to basically justify an executive branch that is all powerful. They pervert the original use of the term unitary executive from the Federalist Papers and Alexander Hamilton to try to justify this theory. So this legal theory has been the looming thing empowering these decisions. You can read the immunity ruling from the Supreme Court
This past week.
the immunity one that gave Donald Trump immunity for official acts.
Yeah, this was back while Biden was president. Yeah, they said the president could do this, but Biden never took advantage, tried to do that, right?
And it was powered by the unitary executive. Read it. I wrote an article on this. It's all throughout the opinion. So that was what made me worry that Roberts might be more interested in greenlighting Trump's authoritarianism, but they're moving so sloppily that it's not giving him the credibility to pursue it.
Yeah.
So We're going to see this be tested in the future. It might change, but at the moment, they're creating more legal roadblocks for themselves. That's hindering some of this, but nonetheless, Trump has still pursued a lot of Project 22.
Okay, so the argument of the unitary executive, the theory of, what is this?
The unitary executive theory. We're getting wonky, guys. If you want
The
to,
unitary
we're getting
executive
wonky
theory
here.
is the argument, the belief, the perspective that Article 2 of the Constitution gives the executive branch leader power to override
Yes,
legislative, is this correct? Legislative, which is Congress,
yes.
and judiciary, which is the Supreme Court rules. Is that correct?
It erodes entirely the separation of powers. That's what it does. So that's what they're trying to do here, and you see it with they're trying to pound funds, right? They're trying to say we are going to freeze funds. We are going to unilaterally dismantle congressionally approved agencies. That is all coming from that unitary executive.
Okay,
theory.
stop right there. So that's where they're making their argument that I, the president, can stop these congressional approved funds.
Yes.
They're saying Article 2 gives me the power to do that.
Yes, they say that in spite of the fact the Impoundment Act of 1974 restricts the president from doing that because Nixon tried to impound funds and freeze funds to programs he disagreed with. So
Okay.
there was a law passed by Congress that further restricted that ability to freeze funds. Trump's trying anyway.
Okay. So we're 39, I think that's the math in my head, 38 or 39 days into Trump's second term. And I'll say it's been worse than I expected. Okay?
Yeah.
I'll say it's been worse than I expected. And I'm getting some insight from listening to you, talking to you about why it's been worse. And also, one of my public kind of positions is that the courts, who have right now about 50% of all federally appointed judges have been appointed by Barack Obama or Joe Biden. All right, about 25% were appointed by Donald Trump, and about the other quarter have been appointed by various other presidents. So about half, about 57% actually of all federal judges were appointed by Biden and Obama.
Yeah.
And then some of, and I say, okay, those are folks that I generally will think are going to do a good job, generally. And then I'll say some percentage of Trump's judges have also made some rulings that I think are reasonable. Okay. So some percentage of them are. So maybe 60 to 65% right off the top of the judge group are people that I'm like, we got a shot. We got a chance. Okay. So my position has been that the courts will hold for a period of time. Right? They'll hold. And then the Supreme Court's decision this past week, in which they ruled 5-4 with Amy Coney Barrett joining John Roberts and the 3 liberal justices, which what did they say in that decision this past week? The Roberts Coney Barrett decision with Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. They said that Trump couldn't cut these USAID funds, right? Because there wasn't a solid enough conservative argument for how the executive can do this. Is that right?
Exactly. That's right. And because they were cut so sloppily and without clear legal theory as to how and why, that's why. Because it wasn't done meticulously. Because there wasn't a robust argument made, and they kept making so many mistakes about who was actually responsible for the cuts. What Trump is saying publicly, Musk is in charge of Doge.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Trump admin is telling courts that it's some obscure bureaucrat that they named as the administrator of Doge, right? So they're being very sloppy, and Roberts is like, stop being sloppy, you're embarrassing me.
Exactly.
And he's basically saying, we'll see. We don't know for sure. Either he's saying, give me a better case to help me greenlight your authoritarianism.
Right.
Or he might be, after this last month and a half, he might be thinking, you've moved too far and too fast. And he might be thinking now beyond Trump's term. We'll see for sure whether or not Roberts is willing to be the buffer, or whether or not he will eventually green light, stronger case.
Yeah, I'm inclined to say that Roberts will greenlight this argument when it's put together in a way that he can intellectually stand behind, okay?
Yeah.
But we've got time until then, right? We've got this window.
And
And Tony Barrett, who's now being absolutely vilified, right? So you can hear music going by because that's a sweet ride right there.
well, there's top is off, the wheels are massive, you all got to, wish you could see this.
And that is nice.
I don't think you hear it, but it's a good song too. He's playing.
It's like it's starting to get a little more crowded here, isn't it, man?
No, it's getting popping here. Like we're here, people tuning in. We're here getting in the weeds of legal theory, but like the Edmund Pettus Bridge is behind us. There's a food festival over here. There are people eating and grilling. It's a celebration here.
People are basically cruising up and down here in their cars. There's tricked out cars, right?
Yeah. It's a real vibe. It's
Yeah.
a real vibe over here.
So Tony Barrett is being vilified because she joined Roberts and the three liberal justices in saying, you know what, you got to do better in your argument. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't really know ever what these justices think inside. We just know what they write in their opinions. That said, it seems to me that this decision in which Roberts and Tony Barrett joined the liberals to make a majority, and Alito, such a scathing,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to talk about this in a second, such a scathing juvenile
Yeah.
dissent. And then this vilification by conservatives of Amy Coney Barrett, to me, I think is part of the way in which you actually get conservatives to say, you know what, you guys are just it's too much. You're just too much. Okay.
Yeah. And that's kind of what we're seeing. It's you're just too much. And I do think that the Supreme Court justices want public opinion.
They do.
I think if Trump was at 60% approval rating, they might have passed that through.
Right.
They care about their legitimacy. They care about their lowering. Now that the pendulum has swung, we might see them try to be a backstop in order to buffer up their own legitimacy, because you have to remember, these justices are going to be here for a long time. Donald is gone in less than 40 years.
We're thinking.
I'm not on the third term wagon, but yes, hopefully
Right.
he will be gone. But even regardless, he's an older guy. These justices are going to be here
Yes.
for decades to come. So now they have to think about a post-Trump world. In reality, Donald is a lame duck who is lashing out, trying to expand his power, trying to make himself look stronger than he is. Until he's been given that power by the courts or is openly defying court orders, he is not an authoritarian yet. He's aspiring to be one, but he's moving so sloppily that it's causing him to trip over his own incompetence. And we see these public town halls, these red districts. I am actually hardened by some of what I've seen in the last 40 days because of how dumb they moved. I thought the fundamental lesson was they were going to leave the incompetence behind, but it's in Donald's nature.
Yeah. So these town halls that have been going on in pretty conservative districts, right? And we don't know who's in the town hall audience, but the fact that it's even in a Trump plus 40 district,
Yes.
right,
Yeah.
is indicative of some really grassroots energy. And in 2010, 9 and 10, the Tea Party showed up in Democratic districts
Yes.
and registered their anger, right? And also, it showed up in public. You better. And they forced the arc of the Obama presidency to be much more difficult, right? They did. And what I see there is that this is the Republican Party right here. The Tea Party went around in 2009 and 10 and said, we don't think that you're doing a good job. We're going to go around and we want to come in and went around, and then eventually pivoted to say, yeah, we'll get on your coattails, okay? I think the same thing's happening with the Democratic side.
Exactly.
Right? Democratic Party's right here. And all of these center left moderates and leftists are like, you're not doing your job, man. We're going around you, right? Now, the Democrats will have a chance, Hakeem Jeffries and so on will have a chance, but it won't last forever to get on board, right?
Exactly. That's so well put, because I agree with the Tea Party comparison. I don't compare it directly to the 2017 protests. I see this as a populist,
Yes.
Tea Party-esque movement. They're
Yeah.
going to the red districts and they're challenging the party to move in a different way with different energy. Trump captured Tea Party energy in 2016. So we're going to see now which Democrat captures the energy in this movement now, 2025, right?
We will, we'll see.
That's the next test, is who's going to capture,
Who's gonna get it,
who's going to
right.
get this energy and recognize they got to move with bravado. They got to get out here and speak truth and be powerful and forceful. And we're going to see whoever captures that energy is cruising to 2028.
Yeah, and the odds of it being a Democratic politician, an actual Democratic establishment politician, right now, I'd say those odds are kind of low, actually.
Yeah, I agree. You know, believe, like, when I talk to people, you know who I hear? I hear Mark Cuban.
Okay,
I hear unconventional names coming from people. As much as the Democratic governors like Westmore, Whitmer, they're Newsom, like, they're great. But I'm hearing from voters, they want some kind of outsider fighter.
yeah,
And I don't know who it's going to be, but it could, you never know. 2004, maybe some people expected the future of the party would be Barack Obama, but not that many. He gave a great speech at the DNC, but he wasn't automatically the front runner for 2008. Clinton was. We don't know. We have no clue who the person could be. And I think we could be surprised.
I think we will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we will. Hakeem Jeffries and Raphael Warnock will be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Speaking at a local church, and then I'm guessing might participate in the March across the bridge.
Yeah.
So Jeffries they both have been here before. They were both here last year in different ways. They were not together as a twosome last year. They were here for different pieces. But I think that they recognize that they need to be here, right? Because the people are here. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They do. And when we were at the mass meeting the other night, you could feel the energy and the forcefulness. And there was a speaker at the end who captured the energy. He was talking about the pendulum swinging and the need to fight back. And there was this energy that rose within the pews, the church. And I think that's why they need to be here, because I think these Democratic lawmakers, they come to Selma, hopefully they feel a renewed vigor for the fight, because even as someone who's not a politician myself, who's just a journalist, I'm feeling a vigor while being here. I'm feeling a renewal of resilience, and that these lawmakers have to be here for that.
What time is it now?
It's 2:40. We're cruising
Okay,
through.
if I was a professional, Ahmed is. If I was a professional, we'd have a big clock right over here, right?
Yes.
When you're on the air, do you often have a clock where you're like, how much time you got, or
Not as much how much time I have left, more like when I'm going to go on and,
Okay.
and stuff like that. And you basically just know you have like 1 minute to answer.
So let's kind of think about the 40 days here, the first 40 from Trump.
Yeah.
If everything that they've set out to do through Doge, through Trump's executive orders, actually comes to pass, it's pretty devastating, isn't it?
It's devastating. It would accomplish the goal of twisting the government into this far right image, which is what the objective is. If they're able to dismantle these institutions, that's the step that people forget, is that it's not just about breaking down the institutions. It's about then filling them with loyalists.
Okay.
So it would be a government that doesn't serve the people. It serves the interests of Trump. All right. So it's really concerning.
Some of the places, and you know more than me, so I'm going to kind of ask you to help me name some. I know that he's sought to cut all these Veterans Affairs employees.
Yes.
Who take care of our veterans, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the outrage there is just incalculable. And yet so many veterans support this guy, right? So, but they've set out to eliminate these VA jobs. They've tried to stop money that the government has approved to all kinds of, nonprofit or social service organizations. This is the USAID money.
Yeah.
What are they exactly? Where's that money going?
So it's going to nonprofits groups, it's going to humanitarian aid groups, it's going to local, localities in different countries to help combat disease. There's food that's just sitting in the bay, rotting. Millions, tens of millions of dollars worth of food to feed the hungry. It's what they're trying to do is this. They went for this organization first because they think that foreign aid's unpopular in the eyes of people, and they can test out their methodology for dismantling agencies
Okay,
on USAID. And the impact has been, it erodes America's soft power, and China's going to move in. That's a different national security topic, but it's a damaging move on what they're doing on USAID, and they're eyeing the education department. They're really trying to roll back different components of what.
trying to, they say they are going to eliminate the Department of Education.
Yeah.
Which would leave the states entirely on their own, right, on education.
Yeah, and with Title I funding specifically from the Department of Education, it funds low-income districts.
Okay,
It funds schools, it funds special education, right? It's gonna impact, believe it or not, red states and red districts,
yeah,
the worst, where the states don't fund education. So it's one of those things that will backfire on his own supporters, right? There's all these moves, from the tariffs to these dismantling of agencies, to firing of federal workers, where it hurts not only his constituents, but the broader everyday American. That's why we're seeing this back.
they attempted to fire federal aviation employees, right?
Yes.
Who make sure that our skies are safe and that planes can land and take off safe, right?
Yes, the FAA, they've gone for that. They've tried to go after essentially first probationary employees. So people who have been working for 1 to 2 years.
But I understand that that word is also used for people who've been promoted.
Exactly, yes,
Right.
for people who've moved to a different role. Some people have been there for 15 years, decades, right?
Yes.
And then they were fired. And some of these are being challenged, and some people are being brought back. They keep mistakenly firing. They mistakenly fired people who were overseeing nuclear weapons, and they had to rehire them back. So they're going, like I said, in a haphazard, sloppy way, going agency by agency.
And they're trying to dismantle our national weather systems, right? Our weather monitoring system.
NOAA, yeah, they're going after NOAA. They're going after the weather system. They're going after the FAA. They're going after the education department. They're going after, in the Treasury, we remember Doge, try to access sensitive data for everyday Americans. They're going agency by agency and trying to ransack it. And on the FAA specifically, Musk is trying to use that rollback to then give himself a contract. He wants SpaceX to come in and help the FAA. I'm sure it's totally selfless of him. And he just wants to benevolently help and boost the FAA's technology, right? That's what that's about.
Sure. I want to keep going on that for our last couple minutes. Luke, just ask Dr. Terry and Dr. Yohuru, we're going to try to start at 250, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's somewhat glad we'll get.
Yeah, I know they're down there. Yeah. Thanks.
So wrap
The
it up.
tariffs. I don't want to quite wrap yet. I want them to hear our final bits, okay?
Yeah.
The tariffs, supposedly raising tariffs on Canada, China, all European Union, which means that those companies in those countries have to pay a higher fee to get their products into our market or to have our people buy their products, right?
Yeah.
So it ups the price because those companies then just pass those prices along to consumers, right?
Exactly.
So I have heard that because Trump has implemented tariffs and then backs off, implemented tariffs and then backs off, and then the stock market drops and then comes up. Stock market drops. I've heard that these billionaires are just buying the stocks when they go down, and then Trump wipes out the tariffs, and so then the stocks go back up and they just sell.
It's starting to feel like a pump and dump scheme for sure. Pump and dump scheme is what he outlined, that buying of the dip. And Eric Trump tweeted the other day, buy the dip, simply buy the dip. And it could have been referring to, who knows at this point, maybe the Trump coin or whatever the various grifts were. But again, at this point, it's becoming, there's no utility to this, especially this last round of tariffs. So what is the goal? Is it to create these dips for his billionaire friends to buy? Is it just to create an unpredictability in the market? There's really, the madman theory needs an actual plan. to work. You can't just be a madman and just be shifting the markets like this. So there has to be something. I'm trying to figure out exactly what he's trying to do. But for one, it looks like maybe part of it is a pump dump.
Yeah.
There is also this weird thing where Trump's obsessed with President McKinley.
Yeah.
And in 1890, he had this obsession with the tariffs that were imposed by McKinley at the time. Guess what? That rose prices.
It did.
And it lost Republicans the House like a month later.
Yeah.
Trump conveniently forgetting that part, right? Also, it was a different era. We had way less U.S. imports. So it's a really self-destructive pattern with these tariffs. And I think it could lead to his political or the Republicans' political downfall, hopefully.
Yeah. So I'm talking to you. We've been talking about a lot of devastation and then potential more devastation. And I'm encouraged because I'm like, these folks are so incompetent that the courts are going to buy us enough time. All right. And at some point, as Trump's popularity continues, and it is dropping, he's underwater in terms of approval already. He's the second fastest president to ever go underwater approval. The first fastest was him in term one. Okay. So he's actually more people disapprove than approve of Trump, and it's going down. Okay. And I'm pleased to see that it's going down, particularly among younger voters.
Yeah.
Right. I'm so pleased to see that because they need to understand this right now. But at some point, there are going to be some members of Congress who are moderates and who are Republicans who say, I just can't vote for that because I need to face the voters. Right.
Precisely. Trump doesn't have any more campaigns to run, but all of those Republicans in the House do. And they have races coming up in 2026 to worry about. So the more unpopular Donald gets, it may not concern him. He may not care about the Republican Party's fate, but at some point, that approval rating goes too low. At some point, he becomes a political liability to these swing district Republicans to the point where their 218 margin, suddenly none's getting done. Suddenly they can't pass that budget. Suddenly Trump is stagnant. And then if they lose the House in 2026, it's the ball game.
And there's a chance that they could lose the House this term if Common Power is going to work to try to make that happen, right? We're going to compete in 2 Florida elections in April 1st.
Yeah.
And we're going to be competing in what that gentleman says?
Yells, it's not very nice language out of his window. Did he? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was an MFer. I don't know who or what.
Yep.
Something about dumb MFers.
Yep. It had, I mean, since 90% of the people around here right now are African-American. And that gentleman kind of fit the profile of somebody who would be a racist redneck.
Yep.
There's no doubt that this is a potential target this weekend too.
Exactly.
Okay. Selma, a big time potential target. I mean, you go back to the Unite the Right rally in 2017 in Charlottesville. The Unite the Right said, man, there's all these folks that are protesting and trying to stop us from protesting the taking down of General Lee and Stonewall Jackson. Let's just drive a car through them, right?
Yeah. And to hear that vitriol being thrown right here on Edmund Pettus Bridge, like it just reminds you about why remembering this is important. It still exists. That hatred still underlying a lot of the South and the American psyche. And you have to keep remembering it, trying to reconcile it, trying to heal it. And we didn't get into really a lot of that or talk about much of what drives some of this Trump movement.
That's going to be the next hour.
But the next hour, you're going to have great segue. The next hour, you got some great guests coming. You got the brilliant Terry and Scott.
Dr.
Here.
Yeah, they're coming.
And it's going to be wonderful. But yeah, that's
50. They'll be ready by 3.
okay. That's
what
cool.
I
We
got.
got a little more time then. I'm trying to hang more.
Yeah.
Hold my dog right.
So as part of your work in town for Selma right now, you are going to be on the air on MSNBC at what time Eastern time?
5:30 Eastern.
5:30 Eastern. So 2:30 Pacific time. All right, 2:30 Pacific time. And you'll be part of the show what show?
Reverend Al Sharpton, Politics Nation.
Is he here?
He is here. I don't know if he's in Selma specifically. He might be in Montgomery. I know he's in Alabama. I'll be joining over Zoom, but you know, we're going to be talking about the political news of the day. But he also wanted to ask me about an incident that happened here.
Yeah, we're gonna end with that in a minute because Yohuru and Terry are gonna talk about that after you kind of set the stage on that. It's not a bad incident in like there was no violence.
No.
It was a press conference yesterday. But I understand that today in Montgomery, there is a Akeem Jeffries, Shamari Figures who represents Alabama. One of the that we helped to get elected in Common Power. Will be there, and maybe Sharpton will be there at that. And I'm going to guess that that is primarily about voting rights, right? Because the fact is that not only is Trump et al. MAGA Nation committed to economic, social, cultural devastation, they also have a pretty clear view that only white Christian, ideally men, should be able to vote, right? And the Voting Rights Act, which was catalyzed by these marchers here in Selma in 1965, and then passed within 5 months of the Bloody Sunday March right here, has been steadily stripped away by the John Roberts Court. John Roberts' court, the way that Roberts doesn't like sloppy conservative arguments makes me kind of like him. But when it comes to voting rights, he is absolutely cold-blooded.
Yeah.
And you go back to the Reagan administration in 1982, John Roberts was the lawyer behind the scenes that wrote dozens of memos arguing that President Reagan should not renew the Voting Rights Act. And he made the case that it was unconstitutional, that it violated the United States Constitution, 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment. And Roberts, when he got into the Supreme Court, became this ally to voting rights opponents.
Yes.
And as long as he's Supreme Court Justice and Alito is his right-hand henchman, then the reality is that we got a tough road on voting rights, okay?
Yeah.
So we need to pass a new congressional law, and we need to be able to get the courts to agree, maybe this will help at this point, that those laws need to be upheld by the courts, okay? And the executive can't override those.
Exactly.
And so to me, I can see a long-term value of Trump's mistakes right now. Trump and Musk's mistakes. The damage is like they're trying to be like a Category 5 hurricane.
Yeah.
And every hurricane is devastating, but they're like Category 2 right now, right?
They are, exactly. And that's one of the points that I think is the key that people who are feeling down, demoralized right now need to remember, is that their sloppiness is making them less effective. One of the biggest barriers to Trump's own ambitions to authoritarianism is his own incompetence. And it's providing openings for his opposition, whether it's a Democratic AG that's suing off a sloppy move, or whether it's someone at a town hall raising awareness. So I think their sloppiness is really making it so that they're less effective. And like you said earlier, buying more time. And if the courts continue to not uphold this, if they keep being sloppy, by the time you get to the midterms, you're in a different ballgame and the country's looking different. And the political winds will have changed. So there is hope. We're not at DEFCON 9 of authoritarianism just yet. Okay. I don't think it's DEFCON 9. I think it's a different number. But we're not at full red alert. I'd say it's moving more towards like orange.
Okay. What I'm going to do here, you stay right there, Ahmed, is I'm going to rotate Luke, can you rotate the camera and show down that street and we'd like to show where exactly there was a press conference yesterday.
Just gonna do it this way. Where barbecue is happening right now.
Yeah, barbecue right across the street. Just looking straight ahead, that with the rounded corner is a National Park Interpretive Center, which is in the midst of renovations. We have no idea if those renovations will ever get finished now. If Musk and Trump et al. Are able to cut the national parks even more than they have, all right? No idea. But we didn't point out where you going this way now?
Yeah, we're back. They people saw it.
But where the press conference was?
Yeah, the press conference is
Okay,
right here.
sorry if I'm making you dizzy, folks.
Press conference right down there.
Right down there in the corner, straight at the
bridge.
corner, the foot of the bridge. And they had the background of the bridge. So they're pointed this way with the bridge behind us, right? And it was Representative Terry Sewell, who represents Selma and is committed to civil rights. And she brings a group every year from Congress to learn about civil rights. And that group every year is bipartisan. It always has some Republicans, but it always has some Democrats. And yesterday, Representative Sewell spoke, and she was joined by Jim Clyburn, and she was joined by Byron Donalds, Clyburn from South Carolina, Donalds from Florida. She was joined by Angela also Brooks, a senator from Maryland. She was joined by Winsome Sears, who's the lieutenant governor of Virginia, a Republican. So 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats are out there, 6 people total.
Picture. You probably won't be able to see it if I pull up the picture. But,
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, maybe you could see it. I can show
So
you.
I got it. And, so you go ahead and get that.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
That was where Byron Donalds was standing, and
Yep.
what he did.
Well, hang on.
Let
So
me pop off on.
So hang on. So Terry Sewell said, look, blood has been shed on this bridge to fight for voting rights. And we need a new voting rights act. We need a new voting rights law. And we're going to fight for that. Donalds then stood up, and you're standing out there, Ahmed, right?
I was standing out there with Ivory Kennedy Jr. He's an educator with the Institute as well. He's great. And we both really saw this, and we're both getting really angry about it, right? Because he went up there after he was asked about whether he supported the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. He went on a rant about pre-clearance, which was a key element of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that made it so the federal government had to approve voting rights laws changes from these specific southern states with a history of regressive voting laws. So he was saying there's no need for that anymore.
John
Whereas
Roberts struck that down
John Roberts struck it down
in 2013.
in 2013, and he was arguing against the return of pre-clearance. So effectively, Byron Donalds was standing at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where he had just moments earlier praised foot soldiers who crossed on Bloody Sunday. And then he was attacking the very bill that they bled to try to get passed. It was unbelievable. It was remarkable. And he all but got away with it. We tried to yell questions at him, but I didn't have a press badge yesterday. Today I do.
Yeah. Here's the analogy.
It was unbelievable.
So Donalds is an African-American man from Florida. And he's a sycophant. He's a sycophant to Trump, always trying to get on Trump's good side in MAGA nation. To me, Donalds doesn't get elected without the Voting Rights Act, right? He
Yeah.
doesn't even have a chance in Florida in black man. It's the equivalent to me of an American or a European going to the shores of Normandy and standing at that cemetery that is there in Normandy and saying, I don't think we need NATO anymore. All right. That we're good. We don't need to worry about Russia or anybody else. Right. We don't need to do this. We don't need NATO. Trump's saying that damn thing right now. Right. That's how offensive this is. Can you imagine saying on the shores of Normandy that we don't need NATO? It's like the most offensive place you could say it there. Right.
Exactly. And that's a perfect analogy here, because you're criticizing the one deterrent of the very thing that was unleashed on the group of people. Normandy, Nazi violence, right?
Yes.
Here, white supremacy. And he's saying we need to not bring back pre-clearance, which was a deterrent to white supremacy. It was unbelievable. And Byron Donalds also once said that under Jim Crow, black people were better off, right?
Yeah,
So
he did say that.
and I wish I yelled that at him yesterday. Didn't get the chance to, but the hypocrisy was astounding. Him standing there doing that was unbelievable. The fact he felt to come here, and he did it while standing next to Jim Clyburn.
Yeah.
Representative Jim Clyburn, right next to Senator also Brooks from Maryland. And it was
So
it
you
was
know,
unbelievable.
you know what Clyburn said after that? And I give him the Selma Times Journal, which we're sitting here. We're on this is the Times Journal on the second floor of this building. If there was a fire right now, they'd come running out of the door right to my left on the fire escape. But they reported on that press conference, and the Times Journal quoted Clyburn, and Clyburn said he spoke after Donald's. Yeah, and he said, "Well, you see, here's the problem: is that if you don't restore pre-clearance, then we're going to be in a situation that I'm in South Carolina." He said, "I'm the 9th Black congressional elected official in the history of South Carolina. I'm the 9th." He goes, "Okay, that means 8 have come before me." He said, "It was 100 years between the first 8 and me." All right. And he said, that's where we are without pre-clearance. All right. So the fact is that Democrats and citizens in this country, in order to have a level playing field for all voters, and that's all we're asking for here, need to have a voting rights that requires jurisdictions that have a history of voter discrimination to go to the federal government and prove that their law that they want to put into place does not produce more discrimination.
Yep.
And the reality is that we don't have that right now because of the 2013 Shelby County decision, which came out of Alabama.
Exactly.
All right. So Donald says this right down here, and it's really the height of arrogance in effect.
It is,
And then he walked across the bridge.
and then he walked across the bridge. And for him, my question to him would have been, how do you reconcile standing here, talking about your lineage, talking about these foot soldiers with your support for Donald Trump and his rollback of civil rights? Because as we know, Donald Trump did not just roll back modern DEI policies. He went after LBJ's Equal Employment Opportunity Executive Order 11246 from 1965. Donald Trump's rolling back fundamental civil rights. Byron Donalds is out here touting Trump, trying to run for governor of Florida with his backing. And then he's out here attacking pre-clearance and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And it is just, the hypocrisy of it was astounding. The arrogance, his ability to sit there and do it with a straight face. You have to have a level of shamelessness to be in the Republican Party. That's just the truth at this point. Because that, as a Black man myself, I was, you could hear people, there was one thing I wanted to note on this actually. Someone in the audience, I don't know if you guys have heard the Kendrick Lamar song, Not Like Us. But someone yelled, you're not like us. He said, you're definitely not like us, which means you're not one of us. You don't represent the Black community. And you're sitting here cosplaying civil rights, honoring rhetoric, and you're just sitting there trying to embody that. So it was astounding. And also another shout out to Ivory Kennedy Jr., who was also there with me, absorbing all of this. And it was unworthy of the bridge.
And I just, it's that kind of moment that just makes me can't wait till we get that bill. I believe it will happen. Yes. And it's going to be worth it. It's going to be so glorious. And our democracy will be so much better for it. Really will. Right? Really will. Yeah. So Ahmed, thank you so much for coming on, man.
Of course.
Yeah. If we had a big fancy studio here, we'd the camera would pan over to another area.
Of course. Yeah. It's circling, and we'd be moving on to the next guests, which are coming here. But man, it was great talking to you and just talking shop.
Man, it was
good.
Yeah.
Always learn a lot talking to you.
I learned a lot hearing from you, listening to you, man. I appreciate your time. All right, let's set up and I'll introduce the next folks.
All right, my brother. See you.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Of course. All right, come on in, next crew. It just keeps getting better here. All right, it just keeps getting better. So we're going to be joined by Dr. Terry Ann Scott and Dr. Yohuru Williams. And come on in, and then I'm going to set you up, okay?
Okay. Hi. Ooh. I want to pull it up so I can see. Okay. This is It's really, I've never been on this part of the building. Yeah.
You're just right there, man. Yep.
Do you have a side you prefer?
No, I'm actually scared up here because I'm scared of heights.
Oh, no.
No, I'm joking. I mean, I know I'm not gonna fall over the back.
I'm pulling it up so we can see it too.
So your hour-long segment, which came out of a conversation we had in the car this morning,
Yeah.
is titled The Third Civil War. Okay. And I'm gonna ask you to explain that and talk about it. I want you to know that Ahmed Baba just set the stage with Byron Donald's statement yesterday.
So
Okay, that we don't need pre-clearance for the Voting Rights Act. So I'd ask you to incorporate Donald's into the way you talk about this thing called the Third Civil War. But we just spent a few minutes talking about him saying that what he said, okay? So if you two could just pick up the conversation.
Swearing in that.
Was Ahmed? No, Ahmed's a professional, okay, all right?
We did someone got sweared at by someone driving by though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Some
Yes.
anger yelled out of the truck.
Oh, no. Wait,
Yeah.
do you see? No.
It was
Not us.
Oh,
It's not us. I don't
it's
even.
something.
It was a general critique of the people in this area.
Yes.
Yes.
It was a racist joke.
It didn't say the N-word, did he?
Did not. He said dumb MFers out his window. Big,
Wow.
kind of big white guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Did that make it into, did you guys talk about it on here?
We did.
It was really disruptive.
All right,
Yeah.
damn. Okay.
And it's otherwise been beautiful out here.
It has.
Just to set the stage. It's
Okay.
been
And
really
we can
lovely.
hear you really well. So we don't worry, you guys, we can hear you really well. And
It's delayed.
I love that in the left side of the screen right now, you can see these folks taking pictures out of
This
the
family
media.
out there, they have their best there in dressed to the nines
Good.
Yes.
with their three little girls.
Yeah, this is always like a 10-second delay if you're
Yeah,
looking on
it's
there.
really weird.
You
Uh,
can't look bad with Terry.
No,
Oh, you can't look bad when you're
You always make. I'm just saying, you never look bad with Terry.
so
No concern.
if you could open up and just go into this idea of the Third Civil War
Yep.
and just proceed as if we have no idea what you're talking about and about Selma's history that goes back to the Civil War, all of that. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to go get something to eat. All right.
Bye. How long
Okay.
are we up here?
Till we come back.
Till we-
Okay.
okay. All right. Bye. Go.
Wait,
go.
you're literally leaving?
He's leaving. All right, it's us. You are the one who talked about our current moment being the third civil war.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna let you set the stage for me by now.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I
You
think
can you too?
I'll be back.
so. We just jump in. You're good.
Yes.
It's interesting being here with you, Terry. I think for a couple of reasons. Number one, for me as historians,
Yes.
it is the space,
Yeah.
but then it's also this moment historically. So as you think about the shadow of the civil rights movement, which is with us here, the specter of the Civil War, which also is important to this space, and then this contemporary moment, what comes to mind?
How far we have come and how so many people are trying to push us back. And that we're in a particular moment where we know what happened over here on this bridge and the successes that they had for that. And so that we know we can face what is in front of us right now. And so we have to somehow summon what we have and have learned from here. But there's a sadness to this, to think that we even have to think about pushing back against these kinds of currents that are trying to move us back into a Jim Crow era. I mean, these are currents that are trying to codify white supremacy, currents that are misogynistic, that are homophobic, that all of these things, we've made it this far, but now we're in a moment where we have to push back or we're going to go back.
I agree. You talked about currents. Let's go with that for a second. It's really powerful. We don't think about this because in the footage, it doesn't capture it, but the Independence Bridge is over a body in water.
The Alabama River. Right.
So there is a river.
And
running.
there is a river where the currents that keep moving. Oh,
When you
taking me
bring
back
that
to
up,
grad school now. So, well, the first thing that I think of, so There Is a River was a book that was written, it's kind of a seminal work in thinking about these kinds of currents that we're talking and the change over time. And really the agency and resilience of African Americans they had to do to create this change. But the other thing about the Alabama River that's behind us, and we kind of alluded this to yesterday, is this is the river where enslaved people were brought up. Wow. Somebody in the chat asked, yeah, we're gonna let that pass. It's a celebratory weekend.
it is Jubilee.
It is Jubilee. He is gonna have hearing loss at some point someday. Okay. Oh, it's a little parade of cars. That's cool.
Wow.
So the Alabama River is where enslaved people were brought to market. And so there's so much symbolism to unpack, thinking about this town on the banks of that river, this bridge over the river, and these marchers traversing that to get to the other side to bring about some semblance of freedom, right?
Yeah.
So, and you had referenced the Civil War. So there was a battle here, Battle of Selma, and the Confederacy was not victorious here. One of the people who was here, the general in that battle, was Nathan Bedford Forrest. So if we talk about the Civil War in three distinct moments, and this idea of a third Civil War that you talked about this morning, saying we're in it right now, let's break that down. So the first Civil War, we know about the Civil War, but we can, we don't have to recap much of it. But what can you say about Nathan Bedford Forrest?
Well, interesting, because here's the gentleman who, for most people, is most often associated with the birth of the Ku Klux Klan.
Right.
But the reality is that Nathan Bedford Forrest did fight in the Civil War to start the Confederacy,
Mhm.
and his memory is often invoked in ways that I think problematically reify white supremacy. There's even a story about this town, which I want you to share, particularly for our educators, about the way that memory is deployed in ways that reify white supremacy.
Right.
So Nathan Bedford Forrest had a monument here.
Mhm.
You want to pick up there?
Yeah, he had a monument here that was placed downtown. So here's a man who's a Confederate general. He's a man who is considered to be the founder of the Ku Klux Klan in Pulaski, Tennessee. He is not from here, by the way, but they have a monument for him here that they had placed downtown at the turn of this past century. And on that monument, it totes all of his victories. And one of the victories that it totes is the Fort Pillow Massacre. The Fort Pillow Massacre was something that he presided over, where his troops killed 300 Black soldiers instead of taking them as prisoner of war, which had traditionally been done in this Civil War.
It was a
massacred
war
them.
crime.
It was a war crime. It was a war crime. And they have it etched on the side of this statue that says this is one of the things he did. They call him a genius, all of these different things. They put it downtown. We're in downtown Selma right now. Imagine then in like 2001 or 2002, that there is this large statue of Nathan Bedford Forrest and all that he symbolizes being erected downtown by some of the power structure, the white power structure in Selma, Alabama. Well, Black folks rose up against that. They united, they campaigned against it, and one of them was Miss Joanne Bland, who was a hero of ours. And they had it moved to the cemetery here, which used to be just a totally white cemetery. So now it sits in what's called Confederate Circle of the cemetery. Well, the people who first erected it were pissed off about that. They erected a sign that goes next to it that talks about the quote self-styled activists under the leadership, and they write this, of Selma's first Black mayor. They wrote this Black mayor objected to having this here, so now we have to have it here. And then they went on to do something else. They named how much it cost. They talked about where it was, and they talked about how people as far as Maine were part of making this happen. And then they talked about the lost cause. So they're very, very direct in saying, this is not just us who herald him. We have people all the way in the north who think that Nathan Bedford Forrest should be recognized. So that's what happened here. With that, then, the Civil War, we know, brings about the end of slavery. It brings emancipation. We go into a period of Reconstruction. So in your theory of talking about the Third Civil War as we get here, how do you situate that first Civil War and what it means in terms of a reckoning?
Well, it's such a great question because I studied under the great Arnold Taylor at Howard University. And Arnold Taylor wrote an influential article, which was actually a book review where he posited this notion of the Second Civil War. He said, well, we've got people like Staunton Lynn say the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s was the Second American Revolution. That's problematic because the American Revolution was bloody, right? It was against a foreign power. At least they weren't foreign at that moment, but we now think about Britain.
Right.
All these other reasons why they were. He said others have argued it's the Second Reconstruction. He goes, that kind of works because the Second Civil War is about fighting to reclaim those things that Africans had gained and lost in the aftermath of the Civil War. But he said, really, we could think about the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s as a Second Civil War because we measure it in battles. So if we think about the Civil War as proceeding along battles, victories that supplied the Union opportunity to advance the cause of not only winning the war, but think about the importance of Gettysburg to the Emancipation Proclamation. We could also talk about the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s. So same way.
Which would be the Second Civil War.
Second Civil War.
Right.
So you've got your major battles, armies.
Right.
So we think about, for example, the NAACP, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, as being the urban league, as those armies.
Okay.
Right? And you've also got on the other side, the White Citizens Council.
Yeah.
Ku Klux Klan, the various state agencies and governors, right?
The politicians signed the Southern Manifesto.
Absolutely.
Right.
J. Lindsay Almonds and your James Eastlands and your George Wallace's. But he also said cosmetically, it works because we can think about that second Civil War as proceeding in battles.
Yeah.
So if we think about Montgomery as the first battle of the second Civil War,
Right.
and what's at stake there.
Or even the courtroom in under Brown versus Board of Education. We can think of the Supreme Courtroom and their victory in that as
Going
part
back
of
to
that.
Plessy.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, going back
going
to
back to
Dred
Brown.
Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yep.
And that's part of that first Civil War. But if we go to that second Civil War and think about all of the victories that are playing out in those spaces, then those spaces are the battlefields.
Absolutely.
And that side of the army that you're talking about in terms of the civil rights activists, the people pushing against the status quo, that's the art.
Absolutely.
Which then with that, and it's beautiful, brilliant logic, and it's logical and correct, we are then sitting in front of a battlefield.
We are. And that's what I think is so powerful about it is that if we go back and think about Selma's Confederate history, report to that, and then we think about the civil rights movement in the 1950s, 1960s, and then we think about the unfortunate comments of Byron Donald yesterday, this remains a battlefield.
Right.
There are still things around African American civil rights, voting rights that are about American voting rights that are being negotiated in this space.
So third Civil War, we have the armies, we have the separate armies. I'm still going to call them Union and Confederacy because that plays out in things. I mean, people are still toting the Confederate flag as though it is, the central flag of the United States. So we have the armies on both sides, and we have the spaces that are going to be the battlefields. And then we have the ultimate goal of what we need to happen, which, as we know, with the first Civil War, changes over time. Even in some ways with the second Civil War, with the civil rights movement, it changes because as people gain victories, then they say, now let's do this. Now let's get that. When they very first started the Baton Rouge, Louisiana bus boycott in 1953, the objective was not to totally desegregate the buses. It was to have a more humane portion, a more humane system of segregation. And so we see the desire and the goals change over time. So today, third Civil War, let's talk about who the army is, who's the Union, who's the Confederacy, or however we want to divide it, right? I'm going to call it good people and bad people.
I think
Sorry.
that's fair.
What are the battlegrounds and what are our goals?
Well, and we've seen a little bit of that. You and I were talking about this earlier. I think it's very important to understand. During the Civil War and Reconstruction, the federal government reluctantly winds up on the side of Black liberation.
Right.
Lincoln only kind of shortly becomes a champion of emancipation as that becomes critical to the war efforts. And we see the Emancipation Proclamation for what it is, a limited wartime tactic designed to, use the one effective tactic that he had in that moment, the threat of emancipation over only those states in active rebellion against the Union.
And gave Black men the ability to be in the Army and Navy.
Absolutely, which again bolsters the war effort.
Right.
The civil rights movement in the 1950s, 1960s, we have to see as kind of making real. In terms of enforcement, the promise of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, which were passed, but then there was no real enforcement mechanism after a hostile U.S. Supreme Court struck down key provisions of those laws. So the federal government goes from being on the side of civil rights to being, in some sense, especially through the Supreme Court, anti-civil rights. Civil rights movement in the 50s, 60s, the government comes back online.
That's right. And they are using, then those who are litigating the cases are using those same Reconstruction amendments to get to the point of being able to gain those rights forever.
So important.
Right.
And yet, and I think this is, I would love to talk to you and get your thoughts about this in particular. In that moment, though, part of what's inspiring the government to do that is it's concerned about its reputation abroad.
We're in a Cold War at that time. And so it is by no mistake that places like China and Cuba who are saying, you are charging us with acts against humanity. And yet look what you're doing to your people at home. And when I say they're saying this, they're putting it in their newspapers.
Absolutely.
Cuba is giving free passage to people like Robert Williams and Assata Shakur. They are making it clear that they are calling America hypocrites.
Right.
And America is responding to that at different points, saying we can't look like this in an international light. We have to fix something.
And what's so key about that in our contemporary moment is we talk about a third civil war is now we've got a president and Donald J. Trump who clearly is reifying white supremacy
Mhm.
and the executive orders and policies that we see coming out of DC. And the federal government is now back against. In
Yeah.
fact, in a way, you named it earlier, Dr. Scott, I thought it was brilliant. It's not even that the government here is neutral.
No.
Or that it is reluctantly going along. It's actually voting
Yeah.
white supremacist segregation and a return back, moving back.
Yeah.
Including the assault on the 14th Amendment, which brings us all full circle.
Yeah.
14th Amendment is passed in the aftermath of the Civil War. As part of Reconstruction. It really doesn't receive teeth
Mhm.
until, well, they tried with the Force Act of 1870, Ku Klux Klan out at
Yeah.
1871, but it's not until the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965, that becomes real.
Mhm.
And then with Shelby County versus Holder, there
Which
begins
guts-
this long assault on. So yeah, I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, with Shelby versus Holder, then it becomes a long assault on what they had achieved because it gets the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And it says that you no longer need pre-clearance, which means you no longer need to go to the Department of Justice to change anything that you want related to voting in your system. So the 1965 Voting Rights Act dictated that if you were a district that had a history of discrimination against voters, then you had to go to the Department of Justice to make any changes whatsoever, to cut for early voting, to add early voting, to add an ID law. And the Department of Justice determined whether or not this would discriminate against certain people. And it wasn't just in the South, it covered districts all over the country. So when the 5-4 justices dictated that they no longer need free clearance, within hours, states started to initiate restricted voting. So it takes us back.
Something that we actually call Roberts Pro, after Chief Justice Roberts, because in the same way that we saw the slow advent of Jim Crow, in the aftermath of Shelby County versus Holder, you began to see efforts to really create opportunity for Southern states to return to. It's not just Southern states. I want to emphasize something that Dr. Scott shared, that this was applicable across the country. It wasn't just what was happening in the South. Right? But now we find ourselves in a moment where, with leadership coming out of DC, right, this is now something that is being promoted by the Trump administration. And the question for all of us in this moment is, what will the Supreme Court do? Because a lot of this has been, a lot of the victories, but a lot of the defeats have come by virtue of Supreme Court decisions.
Right.
If we go back to Civil War Reconstruction, a hostile court renders the Civil Rights Act of 1875 nugatory. A hostile Supreme Court issues the decision in Brown versus Board of Education, which makes segregation the law of the land. A positive Supreme Court gives us Brown versus Board of Education.
Yeah.
And now we're in a moment where the question is, what will this court do?
Right. And so if we take it then, Dr. Williams, to this third civil war, which we are in right now. And you are talking about this beginning of this war and this assault on what we've done with, for instance, Shelby versus Holder in 2013. And we had a government that is so blatant in ways they are trying to oppress people, in ways we talked about this earlier, that are almost worse than their predecessors from 80 years ago. Because under Eisenhower, under Truman, under previous administrations, even Wilson, Coolidge, there were things happening in the South. Jim Crow existed in the South. And it was easy for people to say, that's there. And yes, the Supreme Court was passing things, so we know that it couldn't have existed without the Supreme Court. But at the federal level,
Right.
they were often just silent about it, right? They weren't necessarily the arbiters of this kind of racism. They abated it by doing nothing. Now we are in a different moment. This federal government, this administration are the arbiters of the repressive measures that they are putting against people. So we have an opportunity, and I think this is where all of this comes together. We have an opportunity to wage a third civil war, to bring about a reckoning, to say that enough is enough. It's been 7 weeks. We don't know what happens if we continue to go on. How do we wage that third civil war? Because we have people on this side who understand that these policies are aimed at marginalized people mostly, are aimed at Black and brown people, immigrants, women, members of the LGBTQIA plus community. We understand that. We have this army here trying to fight against that. People who are part of those communities and others who ally with those communities. Then we have an army on this side that is afraid of a loss of power and privilege, that will do anything they can to say, oh, I don't have this job because you took it from me. Not because they couldn't do it, but because somebody else took what was rightfully theirs. And a federal government that bolsters their ideas, passes legislation to say, we will support you. What do we on this side do to fight that?
I think it goes back to something you said in the very beginning. This is a bridge crossing moment. But I want to be very clear what I mean by that in the context of the work of organizations like if we were to compare something like Black Lives Matter to the abolitionists, which led up to the civil war, the abolitionists did, ultimately that helped to raise the issue to a degree that the nation no longer could afford. The implications of what emancipation would actually mean for the nation to accomplish. The same way that Black Lives Matter, for better, and in some ways which were very problematic, at least up until the murder of George Floyd and the racial reckoning as a result, raise those issues at a national level. The moment that presents itself now is for people to understand three things. Number one, civil rights movement, the second Civil War and the first Civil War are both long engagements.
Yeah.
The Civil War lasts, we say 4 bloody years, but the reality is there is the war that comes after the war.
And the war that comes before the war.
Amen.
Yeah.
So if we were to look at it in that sense, you're talking about at least a decade and a half of kind of churn and struggle. Same thing is true of the second Civil War, the 50s and 60s. So there's the war that came before the war with that. The Fellowship of Reconciliation is 1947. We talk about the Freedom Rides in 1961. So there's this kind of long, kind of on-ramp trajectory. In our contemporary moment, folks have to understand, this is just the opening salvo. I think we've been through the war that came before the war. But now we're going to be talking about as battles emerge, and as we think about sites, we have a long runway ahead of us.
Yeah.
And there'll be multiple levels upon which people can engage. Like a Linda Brown and Brown versus Board of Education is one way.
Yeah.
Activism in form that we see like a student nonviolent coordinating committee, that we see in charismatic leadership like the Reverend Dr. King, organizing like Ella Baker or Anna Arnold Hedge. It's going to take all of that.
Yeah. And so sometimes people feel overwhelmed because I think we have so much to do. I was teaching my class last week and said, what do we do? There's so much. And I think what everybody said, just do something. You don't have to do everything. Linda Brown had her role. SNCC had their role. I remember talking to activist Bob Zellner, who was incredible. And he said that, and somebody asked him once, they're having this conversation. What if somebody felt like they couldn't be nonviolent? That they would hit somebody back if they hit them, because that would disrupt everything they're trying to do. And he said that those people would then be the ones sent back to the headquarters to make copies or to drive things. Everybody has a role. They were important to what they were doing too. So what I would say to people is think about what you can do. If what you can do is to make sure that the people in your circle are educated and know what, for instance, Doge is doing, or know what latest executive order there is power in that. You inform them so that they know what is happening, so that they can inform the next person and vote accordingly. If what you can do is text people and tell them to vote, do that. If what you can do is some other aspect of supporting people, do that. There are lots of things that you can do. We at Common Power offer a number of avenues for things. We ask people to knock on doors. We say, text message people. We say, learn this history so that you can pass it along. We say, help us educate younger generations. What can you do? There's something that you can do. It's maybe nothing that we just mentioned, but there's something that everybody can do to wage those battles. A battle is being waged every time you walk up to a door and knock on it and say, I need you to register to vote.
And I want to emphasize that we're here with Common Power, me as a guest this year, but as the League of People fellow.
Yes, you are. Second year in a row.
Which I absolutely love this work. I love the organization. But Common Power really elevates the foot soldiers. Mm-hmm. There's too much emphasis on charismatic leadership, in my opinion. And one of the things that I appreciate about this weekend in particular is Common Power is trying to work with foot soldiers, people whose names aren't familiar, but they were the door knockers. They were the marchers. Those are the names they remember. But ultimately,
whatever,
we're celebrating them. And then secondly, maybe a warning, a lesson here for people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And that's simply this. Let this gentleman pass. George Wallace defiantly declared in 1963, segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. How's that working out for you? When people come together and, we promote and understand, I think, some of the core tenets and values of a Common Power, why we do this work. And ultimately, no force or no weapon formed against us.
That's right.
So Elon and you have an opportunity to change course here. You could either go down, as John Lewis memorably And stick memorably said about some of those Southern leaders, you can either be remembered along with the Eastlands and the George Wallace's as proponents of inequality, justice, and separation, or you can be remembered by history fondly as those who stood against it and fought for it. This is celebration of that.
It is. I suspect that at some point, Elon Musk will be pushed out. The only reason I say that is because two narcissists can rarely coexist. And so the one who's going to win is the one who was elected, unfortunately, even though I really still firmly believe there was some question to that when he said, don't worry, we took care of Pennsylvania, but that's on another level. But the problem is, even if he only has however many months left in what he's doing, he has already caused so much damage. And Trump has caused so much damage that even when he's out, there is so much to undo. And the other issue is there are so many people who are outside of that. And, you know, in a moment of vulnerability, I think those are the things that scare me and upset me the most. Thinking about the numbers of people in this country. So the things that they put. And it reminds me, because I do think it can change the hearts and minds of most people, and some people maybe not, but it reminds me of the work that we have to do that we do. And that is where, when we are teaching history, that's where history needs to work, to now open up people's hearts, to make their hearts less hard, so that they understand that, you know what, you might be on the wrong side of this argument, you might over here to this side. Right.
And there is this idea of, you know, we're here for Jubilee. The word Jubilee is very interesting. I think sometimes we don't do the deep dive on what that means, but it's also about reconciliation, redemption, right? It's a commemoration of an event that calls our attention back to that site of trauma and a celebration of not only what occurred, but what can happen. If we're thinking about in a positive way, how we move forward. I have to ask you this, that no better person on the planet to talk about this. Violence is a real factor. I think about your book on lynching, but I also think about the ways in which your work has been proximate to the threat of violence and how people move and operate under the threat of violence. Can you speak to that?
Oh God, in what era? I mean, that's.
Yeah, and I think in all of, I think the history will illuminate within in our contemporary movement, because there's real fear in our moment about, you know, I don't want to be Jimmy Lee Jackson.
Right.
I honor that sacrifice, but
it is a real fear, first of all. So let's validate it, right? Because under Trump's last administration, what we saw was a jump in hate crimes against fear. It was absolutely, and I think we're seeing that again. We will see that, unfortunately, because what happens is those who support him are empowered by him. When the individuals who rushed the Capitol on January 6th did so, they were very specific in calling Black police officers the N-word. There was a lot of racism we know in that. There was this fear of opposing power and privilege that we're talking about because they inherently thought that as white citizens, they should have that power and privilege. And so when we think about violence in that context, like in the context of the book that you're talking about, it is like African Americans. And so with Trump's rise last time, we said it was SPLC charted it, so did other organizations, that there was an increase in violence. And so I do hear that. But what I also know and what I remember sitting here is that we have the power to fight against that. And that I still remain not hopeful, but I remain committed to knowing that those who would do that are far less. Because, for instance, we're here by the end of the third march from Selma to Montgomery, 25,000 people came down here in 1965 from all over the country across racial and religious and ethnic boundaries. They came together. And that exists on a larger level today. There are more people across racial and ethnic and religious boundaries who are going to come together. So what we have to do is not be afraid to call out the ones who want to commit that type of violence against people and try to, in some way, silence their voices, right? And be aware of what they're doing. And having a fear that that can happen is a real fear. And if somebody doesn't want to go to a protest because they fear violence, I don't think that anyone else should admonish them for it or they should feel bad about it. Again, everybody has their role. There are other ways that you can protest.
Absolutely love that. And I also think it's an opportunity to look for dollars.
Right, exactly. What we do with CP.
CP is a model. Increasing in terms of young people that connects with and making connection across the borders about the kind of far right push to the far right that we're witnessing, not just here in the United States, but globally.
Yeah.
But there's Jimmy Lee Jackson, but there's also James Reed and Viola.
That's exactly right. It didn't matter. I tell my students this all the time. It did not matter what color somebody was when they came into the South. If they were working to push against the status quo, to bring about equality for African Americans, because it was the right thing to do for human rights, they were subject to violence. They were subject to being beaten or killed. Absolutely. And that's the other thing about when we think about violence in that context. As much as we might face today, we're not facing what they faced. And so I always say, if they can do what they did, then we've got this. We can do it. We can't sit. And the other thing about that is with allyship, the people who came who were not African American could have relaxed into an existence, but they didn't have to deal with that because it wasn't about what was happening to them. But they understood that it was about what was happening to their fellow human beings. When James Reed sat at home in Boston and watched what happened on the bridge here on March 7th, 1965, he told his wife, I can't stay home. I'd rather die in the streets of Alabama. I have to go down there and do something. Because the understanding was he's fighting for human rights and that his freedom is tied up in everybody else's freedom. And so I think that today, that even if somebody is not a part of one of the groups that it impacts, which is hard to be because what they're doing right now is starting to impact everybody who is not a billionaire class, then we still have a responsibility to fight for others because our freedom is bound up with everybody else's freedom. And don't hold, if you don't, they're going to come for you.
I love that. I think it's also the reason I want to talk about your book a little bit is that the assumption that lynching in particular as a phenomena certainly belongs to a particular historical period. One of the things that we take away from it is though violence directed, deployed strategically turns the victim into a totem and creates fear within the community as a whole.
Right.
And we can't fall prey to that in this moment.
Yeah. Which is what they're hoping. Which is why they're doing the kinds of things they're doing in the federal government, right? Saying, make sure that you tell us that you did these different things. They want to cause fear among people, which pushes them into silence and suspicion.
Really be creatively maladjusted in the way that we think about pushing back against that. When Dr. King talked about it, there's some things to which we should never become adjusted. In this moment, in particular, we cannot become adjusted to the rhetoric coming out of DC, to the executive orders, to the efforts to divide us, to the fear mongering. And quite frankly, I think now more than ever, people have to lean into their history in the ways that you talk about.
And they have to stay abreast of what's going on. It's easy to say, oh, I just don't want to deal with that. And I get that. You don't have to have CNN or MSNBC or anything on all day. That can be detrimental to a person. But you have to stay informed. It is not an option to me. And so I say that to people. You don't have a choice to say, I'm just going to not watch news for the next 4 years. Because again, they will come for you. And I also believe that we all have a responsibility to everyone else. So we're not going to lead a selfish life. What kind of life do we want to lead? We need to lead a life that thinks about those around us as community, as our responsibility. And so as part of making sure that we think of our lives as broader community and everybody, it's our responsibility to be able to live a good life. We have to stay home. Unplug sometimes, but you have to know what's going on. You cannot close your eyes to it because if you stay informed, that is what those in power do. They want it is the province of the powerful where they want to make sure that you don't have the knowledge, which is why they're trying to legislate against the knowledge, because then you are controlled. The way to resist that is to make sure that you are informed.
And in the ways that you talked about it, Dr. Scott, it's important for people to recognize too that part of the success, the intentionality of what we saw during the first Trump administration was to undermine your faith in institutions like the media itself. And so finding a way to, in spite of the fear, in spite of the churn, in spite of the exhaustion that comes with dealing with the litany of lies, always look for the truth. Look for the truth in that.
Yeah.
And as Dr. Scott said, I think great advice. Unplug sometimes, but the reality is unplug strategically, but make sure you plug back in and you're aware of what's going on.
Let me ask you a question, because you work a lot with educators. You have for a number of years. You do educator trainings. You go and speak to them. You actually had a grant that you were supposed to be able to use to train them in very public groups. So I say this. The federal government did. Teachers are under microscope right now, and in some districts more than others. And they have real concerns that they can lose their livelihood if they teach certain things. And there is now, I found out from our colleague Luke, who is standing right here, Michener, that there is something where people can essentially tell on educators who might be teaching divisive concepts. It is so HUAC. It's a House on Un-American Affairs Committee. It's so anti-communist barking of the 1950s. So with these real threats and these real concerns that educators have, what can they then do to be able to teach their students and push against this in ways that won't threaten their life?
It's a great question. I would say three things to that. Number one, I think all of us have to examine why we do it in the first place. And I'm not saying that lightly, because taking into account the loss of one's livelihood is incredibly important. At the same time, in the same way that we will rightfully call out the hypocrisy of a J.D. Vance who has a law, but undermines the very raison d'etre of the law, why we have a law in the first place. As educators, we have to abide by our true norm. No more actually could violate their Hippocratic oath. Should we think about violating? There's a way in which we talk about legal malpractice that we could apply to J.D. Vance. There's a way that we could talk about medical malpractice that we could apply to a Robert Kennedy. There's a way that we can talk about a scholarly or intellectual malpractice for educators if we give in to the fear. What we need are strategies to allow us to talk about this content, to teach this content in ways that keep us in the classroom as models, and as individuals who can help steward young people through this contentious time. Without educators in the classroom who are committed to principle, we find ourselves in a moment where there's going to be tremendous damage done. Now, I'll give you a great example of this. 10 years ago, I was working with organizations like the Network for Public Education, trying to ensure that we did more civics education and history as they were moving that away for STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now the bills due, and we have young people who have no idea about basic civics education.
Yeah.
And we're watching that play out on the national scale where people don't even know about, the role of government and what Congress does, judicial branch does, executive branch does. Educators in particular is, teaching doesn't only occur in that 9-to-5 space. Do what you have to do from 9 to 5, and then find outlets, alternatives, other spaces where you can teach. And by that, I mean, we have to bring back the Freedom School, Common Power, again, great example for me. Action Academy, spending time educating young people about the importance of not just history, but civics, globalism, things that have become passe in the minds of people who are thinking about them in terms of the contemporary, but Common Power says, look, multiculturalism, globalism, you can change the name. And you can talk about it in terms of anti-racism or international, it doesn't matter. We're talking about people being connected. And last but not least for educators, something that, I talk about a lot. Teach by proxy, comment by proximity. So think about the ways in which you can make the same points and actually frustrate the very people that are coming at you. And by that, I mean, don't run from topics, but find ways to teach about those topics. Little Rock is a perfect example. Eisenhower's speech that he gives to the American people in the aftermath of Little Rock is a great example. But I would also say, for educators in particular, find your support systems and recognize teachers and the church, educators and ministers were at the forefront of the civil rights movement. We don't often talk about or highlight that, but educators and the ministry were at the forefront. We need to elevate that and talk about that. From the first Civil War through the second Civil War, and I believe in our contemporary moment.
In the third Civil War, what is it, Luke, that Reverend Reese said?
Yeah, teachers have more influence in their communities than they ever dreamed.
That's right. He said that after the Teachers March, which occurred January 22nd, right here in Selma.
We're going to talk about it live tomorrow at 9 a.m. local time. I'll be standing in front of the courthouse to teach about the Teachers March.
9 a.m.
Central Time. That's a big deal.
An incredible educator.
Yeah. Lean over. Hey, everybody. Yeah, so just real quick, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. local time, I'll be in front of the Dallas County Courthouse to talk about the Teachers March. I'll be standing there with a couple of other educators to tie the Teachers March to our contemporary moment and the ways in which educators can advocate and engage beyond the four walls of their classrooms in the like really inspiring and heroic ways that educators here in Selma did that.
We're so germane to this conversation.
Yeah, I was as you were saying that, I was like, oh my gosh, we're talking about that.
I'm so glad we got Luke sharing.
I know.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. Good. I'm glad that you're gonna be able to talk about that.
Thanks
Because
for
it
letting me
marched
lead in.
right here, 1965 too. They often call that the Forgotten March because it happens before the March 7th March. And actually a lot of the people, including Charles Bolton and others, who were part of that March 7th March, were inspired by the teachers to join this march. So great. I'm glad you guys are gonna talk about that.
I think it's also important to call out, there was a reason why teachers, along with the legacy media, were targeted in the way they were during the first Trump administration. This was all designed to undermine the influence that we do have in community. Don't forget that.
Yep. Which is why he sent the quote unquote dear colleague letter to universities on what, February 14th, on Valentine's Day, threatening that they did not disband anything that looked like DEI, any special graduations, any special cultural centers, that they would lose federal funding. Now, people have said, and they based that on the 2023 Supreme Court ruling against affirmative action. People who are lawyers have said that's a very broad read of that, and it's an incorrect read of that.
Absolutely.
But what it does, and when you talked about fear, Dr. Williams, it causes fear among universities. And so there are, not the ones that I work at or not yours, but there are universities who have preemptively now, before a threat comes down or before an actual threat is lived out, responded to that letter and started to dismantle their DEI.
Right. We're watching it happen all over the country. And it's the wrong move. I mean, ultimately, if we're being, let go of the language for a minute and simply read the same way that people didn't read Project 2025. But I think people need to double down and read the 14th Amendment in its entirety, memorize it, understand those three divisions of it. Read the Civil Rights Act, not the entire thing, but certain key sections of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 in their entirety. Memorize them. And so when people come with this nonsense, you are also standing behind precedent and law.
Yes.
And that counts as much as any, this is popular constitutionalism, but that was deployed by the Tea Party against folks who are making the case that, you can't do that. You're not the people aren't the ultimate arbiter, the courts are. Well, the Tea Party said, no, the people are the ultimate arbiter. Well, if that's where we're going, and that's where we are, well, then we're the ultimate arbiters. And we've got, at this point, more than 100 years of precedent on our side.
Absolutely. Right. And read that, it made me think of something too, when you're saying that. The other thing that people often ask us at Common Power is, how do I have conversations with people who don't get it, who don't believe things? One of our great colleagues, Dr. Ahmed, teaches courses, one of her specialties on how to have conversations across difference. And what I have found is that reading things, like you said, having the knowledge, having the primary sources, having the court cases, the things that you can refer to when you are trying to teach somebody, that historically, in my experience, has been one of the most useful things to do. Because now some people exist in this whole world of cognitive dissonance where they are just going to deny it. It's just like the people who are literally on their deathbeds from COVID and said they don't have COVID. Some people are like that.
Right.
But most other people can hear those facts and listen to them. And so if you come armed with that information and you have the knowledge, then you will be able to use that to have those challenging conversations with people and say, here's what actually happened. That's why we're so big on using history for today. We need to learn how to historicize our modern world, not only because it fuels us and inspires us, but because it helps you reach people, helps you make them understand.
Right. And also just mentioning, we have these great courses that you can take. For you, Common Power. If you're, where do I pick this up? I don't trust what I see on YouTube, or I don't know where to begin. Definitely start with Common Power.
Where do you teach?
I taught my course already, which was on, but I'm hoping that I'll get another, as the We the People Fellow, I'll get another opportunity to engage again. I think they're the most, for me, think about democratizing access to education. No better example of this. And they're in that model, the old freedom schools. So, this is about what people are willing to do and comfortable in doing and really going deep in that history, covering that history.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Yes. Yeah, there's a reason why we made you the We the People Fellow 2 years in a row. So thank you. I see David coming up.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So
So back to the Civil War tie-ins. I'm wondering if you can tell us about a strategy that you saw from those first and second Civil Wars that might be useful today, and maybe a pivot that we need to make today in strategy because of 21st century. Right? So, yeah, do you see any parallel in how we approach this moment, and do you see a turn we need to make because of the moment?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I see an obvious parallel for me with the first Civil War is to be found in the behavior and actions of the formerly enslaved during the Civil War. They didn't wait for Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. This is one of the biggest mythologies, is that Lincoln freed the slaves, and then you had this movement of 4.5 million people who once emancipated. The fact of the matter is that Barbara G. Fields and others have argued there was enormous movement on the part of the slaves that actually compelled the Lincoln administration to issue the Emancipation Proclamation.
My phone almost fell off the balcony.
That would not have been good.
No, thank you.
It's been derided as the self-emancipation theory, but the reality is there's abundant evidence to support this idea that the slaves from the very beginning interpreted this to be a war about their freedoms. And so they engaged in a number of actions, work stoppages, engaging in, like it was called a general strike, running away, putting pressure on the administration to make a definitive statement about slavery that ultimately influenced the Lincoln administration. So one is don't wait, act, right? And then I think for the second Civil War, for me, it's kind of parallel, but I think it's very important. Recognize that, and Dr. Scott spoke to this earlier, utilize your power in ways that are both strategic, but broad in the sense that you understand that every action counts. Like not to be so singularly focused on charismatic leadership,
Right.
or some congressperson or some law that's going to save you, but what do I do in thinking in these ways that sound cartoonish today, but they're still important. National every day, local, national. I'll add well. I think we need to do family, local, national, global. Because what you can do in a lot of our families are fractured by this too.
Yeah.
Civil War taught us. We think about it, brother versus brother, brother against brother. We're in that moment now. It's a deeply divided country. So doing that family will be important.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I would look at as a parallel from the second Civil War is thinking about the power of individuals, the power of small groups. When Diane Nash first started going to Jim Lawson's workshops with other fellow students from Fisk University and American Baptist University, John Lewis, Dr. Bernard Lafayette. Number one, she said she was scared to death when she was going to first go out to her first synod. She becomes the great Diane Nash. She was so afraid that she almost didn't do it, but she didn't give in to that fear. Instead, she did it anyway. I have been saying lately that courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is doing that thing, even though you might actually be afraid. And I think we have to remember that. So when we have fear, sometimes we still can do that thing. We can channel our inner Diane Nash, as our colleague Son Jeffries just said about students. We can channel that and do that thing. Also, just small numbers. There were 10 of them. And they began to create a movement that desegregated all of downtown Nashville. And then they became the ones who picked up the baton when the Freedom Riders stopped. They became the ones who helped to create the strategy in Birmingham 63 that delivered us to the 1964 Civil Rights Act. On February 1st, 1961, there were 4 students, one who was only 17 years old, who decided that the night before they needed to do something. And what did they do? They went inside of a Woolworths and they tried to get served. And their courageous act of 4 individuals on February 1st turned into 70,000 people by the end of the summer, engaging in sit-ins all over the country at Woolworths and at tennis courts and all sorts of places that were segregated and others that weren't, just in a show of appreciation. Never assume that you are too small to do something or create a movement. That's what the Civil War, second Civil War teaches us.
I love that too. And that sit-in with the 4 students at North Carolina A&T began with conversation in dorms.
That's right.
So that tweet that you sent, or that phone conversation, or that study group, whatever it may be, that could be the incubator for, again,
Yes.
they still had to go out and sit in that site in the same way that folks had to march across this bridge. So the sites matter. But the conversation, the discourse is what helps to build the courage and helps to compel the action.
And that last thing I'll say, what you just said, Dr. Williams, whatever you might tweet, or whatever you might post, that's that thing that sparks someone, that inspires somebody else to make a movement. So that is one way that you contribute. All right.
Sounds good.
Well, this was great.
This is awesome. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Scott.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Always
Dr.
fun.
Williams.
Okay.
Dr. Domke.
Hey, you thank you both so much.
Yeah. It did go by very fast. Thanks for saving my
I
phone.
mean, it's like sitting down and having a conversation.
Yeah, it was fun.
You know what? We should have taken a picture real quick.
Oh my God, we're taking pictures.
Fine.
Wait, they're coming back to take a photo.
Sorry.
I'll get it and send it to you.
Okay, all right. And I'm gonna do a selfie one too.
Yeah.
Of us.
I have to get the phone and the bridge in it.
Okay, let me do a selfie.
This is so meta right here, okay?
Now, get this picture.
Okay, all right.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Okay,
do.
one, two.
But it needs to see this.
Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Now we
now-
pro.
All right. Oh, look at the bridge truck.
what you win.
Oh, that like. Okay.
Now you
Thank
get
you.
a funnel cake.
Awesome. I'm all in.
Oh, man, it's great, great. Hey, everybody. We're gonna take a little break right now where you don't get off the computer. Just step away from it for a minute. We're gonna be back here at 4:05 Central Time, 5 minutes after the hour, wherever you are. All right, so 5 minutes after the hour, 10 minutes. So we're gonna switch locations for this next phase because NBC is gonna be using this location. So we're gonna switch locations. We're gonna head over. I'll see you all at 5 after, just right here in the live stream. See you there then. Okay, bye.
Why did you decide to move business side? You're trying to figure out if you were going.
I got this penetrating question right now from the former Middle East correspondent Hanson Hussein. Who said, why did you move inside? It's because NBC is out there on the fire escape. And they're gonna use that space pretty soon. And ever accommodating Common Power said we would be happy to give up that space for right now.
I used to work for those guys. You should have done the heavy foot on them.
Hanson thinks we should not have relinquished anything to NBC as he's anti-cooperation, apparently, all right? Charles Douglas is on his way, and we're gonna talk about CP on the offense in 2025. And excited to do that. So here's where we're at right now in the live stream bonanza that we're having, is we're halfway through today, or 40% of the way through today. We're gonna go 3 more hours. This next hour is with Charles Douglas and me, talking about CP on the offense. The hour after that, which would be 5 o'clock Selma time, right? 3 o'clock Pacific time, 6 o'clock Eastern time, will be a conversation with a Episcopalian priest, Mark Sims, who I met on the plane, and is from Florida, and has a really interesting, compelling journey and story to talk about. So he's gonna come join. He might be bringing a Selma person or two if they were able to make it, but for sure him, from an Episcopal priest from Florida. Then the final hour tonight, which is going to be 4 o'clock Pacific time and 7 o'clock Eastern time, will be with Kimeu Boynton, the great grandson of Amelia Boynton, who was the great matriarch of voting rights in Selma, and also the grandson of Bruce Boynton, who was Amelia Boynton's son, who was the plaintiff in a very important Supreme Court case in 1960. And so we're going to have a chance to talk to Kimeu Boynton about the Boyntons. And as we do that, we're going to walk around this room, because there are a number of photos around this room in which Amelia Boynton is in several of them. And we're going to just use that as a chance to kind of dive into the experience of the Boyntons in Selma. So that's the rest of today. And then tomorrow, we start really early. We start at 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and we go all the way till 3 o'clock Pacific time. So we'll go 8 hours. No.
You have a plane to catch.
What's that?
You have a plane to catch.
We go to 12 o'clock Pacific time, 5 a.m. to 12 o'clock tomorrow Pacific time, and 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern time. And that's going to be a whole series of different things. It's breakfast in Selma. We're going to have Luke Michener and Ivory Kennedy talking to us about the Teachers March from the courthouse. We're going to have Shamari Figures joining us for some conversation. Man who represents part of Alabama, and we've worked for in Common Power. We're going to have Dr. Harry Edwards joining us from San Francisco, a national leader on sports and race. He's going to join us. We're going to have some as this all unfolds, a group of white citizens from Selma who formed shortly after Bloody Sunday as allies in 1965. And they are here also celebrating their 60th anniversary. And they may join us as well to talk about kind of their history and why they did that and the opposition they faced, and also why they've done this work. So that's the kind of trajectory from this point forward. I'm really appreciative of everybody who's been joining these live streams. It's great energy for us, and I'm also frankly learning a lot from the people I'm having a chance to talk to. Dr. Scott yesterday, Ahmed Babla today. Luke, could you get Charles Douglas?
Yeah.
Thanks, because Charles is supposed to be coming, but sometimes you have to usher Charles along. Because he's talking to people. And Charles has I know how we're gonna start with Charles. Okay. So we are in a building in Selma that some supporters of Common Power, Ty Kramer and Steve Romine, purchased and have renovated. And in this building are a whole series of Selma folks who use this facility. and we're honored to be here with them. This building is getting used by so many different entities this weekend. And it's lovely, it's wonderful. And we're thrilled to be able to contribute it to the community and to also utilize it ourselves. So for example, where I'm sitting right now was an event earlier, about 4 hours earlier. So we couldn't have used this room then, by a group known as Black Voters Matter, which is a major national organization out of Atlanta. That started, or the people who started it, one of them was born and raised in Selma, was one of Miss Joanne Bland's kind of, menteed people. And then another person who came to Selma. And so the two of them came out of Selma and started Black Voters Matter. So they have a real heartbeat for Selma. They use this building today for the very first time, and they're going to come back tomorrow. And they want to bring a whole bunch of people to see this building, and they see this as a place of future convenience and future opportunities. And that's exactly what we'd hoped for here. A place of gathering, a place of support, a place of community. It's been wonderful. So I've been having a great time just learning and talking to folks. I love the documentary we showed last night, American Dignity, with Hanson Hossein, and producing and directing, and the two Charleses starring in. And it's the first of a really, I think, substantial kind of public forum for that work.
Miss Joanne just grabbed it, so.
Miss Joanne Bland just grabbed Charles Douglas, and she currently has a lot of leverage over Charles because Charles wasn't in much contact with her for some time. And so whatever she says, he's got to do right now. So he'll be here in a second. But this building was bought in 2022 by Ty and Steve. And then they began renovations, and Steve's a really world-class architect, and he led the way on getting an architect locally, building relationships with contractors here in Selma, going through all of the city hoops that we have to jump through to get okay to renovate a building with this much historical presence. So Steve and Ty have done this incredible contribution to Common Power and to Selma. That's part of the kind of what I'll call the mosaic of Common Power. It's a lot of people of really good hearts and talents. And resources of varying kinds, all deciding at this point in their lives that they wanted to make a difference and come together to do that. And I know that I personally have just come to treasure the community of staff and volunteers and supporters of Common Power. It's really quite remarkable, and people are increasingly coming to us and saying, how do you do this? What did you do? What's the pieces that are involved? And we have some answers, but some of it is just the way the universe is unfolded at this time. I'm sitting in a space right now that a year and a half ago was nothing but barrenness and dust and beams and frames and open facilities. And now is this, and I took a vision to make that happen. So it's a real, it's quite amazing. So I've been joined by Executive Director Charles Douglas, who's now ready to talk about CP on the offense. Are you?
Always.
Do you need walk-on music?
Okay.
Yeah, can you play some music so I can make an entry?
Okay, we need a little walk.
And I'll do some slow-mo walk-out. No,
So the very first thing that I want to ask Charles about is the clothes that he's wearing. Okay. Charles is a very fashionable dresser, just like me.
I don't believe. No lies. This is a truth zone.
He might catch up to Nicholas Styles. But in all seriousness, he's very mindful about how he dresses and how he shows up, and I respect that and appreciate that. You got on some overalls.
I do. Some jeans.
Some jeans, is that what they are, jeans?
That's what they used to call them.
Jeans?
Back in the day.
When would that day be?
Yeah, so this is one of the things that you see in a lot of the photography, civil rights movement that you see, especially the younger people that are wearing, they've got denim on.
Denim?
They've got denim on, and it's a material that goes back to working in fields. It goes back to slavery. And you know this. They used to call it, I looked this up, they used to call it Negro cloth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they'd only buy it for their enslaved people to wear. And then they purposely wouldn't wear it if they weren't working fields, the slave matter. So it's a symbol that is like grown across generations. And the way I find it is learning about the SNCC workers that wore it.
So the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, one of the kind of organizations that we hold up as a place to learn from and also to not replicate in some ways, but to certainly embrace their leadership model.
Yeah.
They were known for wearing these overalls.
That's right.
In the 1960s.
That's right. You talk about the similar tour a lot, and the story that you tell all the time is about the time that MLK needed to convince them that he was down for the cause.
Yeah. In 1963, in the Birmingham campaign, the campaign to mobilize people against segregation and against bull counter, Dr. King was leading that endeavor, and they were struggling. And that's when Dr. King went to jail. He made a decision about whether or not he was going to go to jail as part of rallying the people. And he, of course, writes the famous letter from the Birmingham jail once he's in jail. But the decision that led to the arrest occurs on a Good Friday. It's Good Friday, Christian holiday of Good Friday, before Easter. And Dr. King and his best friend in life, Ralph Abernethy, and his longtime colleague and also irritant, Reverend Fred
Shuttlesworth, yeah, of Birmingham.
The wild man from Birmingham, because he just was fearless. The three of them were debating, arguing, discussing whether or not they should march, and they knew they would be arrested if they marched right away. So if they marched, they were going to get arrested. And there was a long conversation in the Gaston Motel, which is now a national park site. And Dr. King said, I need some time to pray. And so he left the main hotel room and went into his adjacent bedroom. And they didn't know what was going to happen. And he was in there for a good chunk of time, half hour, an hour. And when he went into the bedroom, he was wearing, like you've almost always seen him, a coat, a suit coat, and a tie. And when he came out of the bedroom, he was wearing overalls. And he said, we're going to march.
Yeah.
And that was him saying, I'm going to go to jail. I'm going to go to jail with you. And there's been not a ton written about this, but you can find it out there. Dr. King had a fear of jails.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, he not only didn't strategically want to go to jail, he also had a fear of jails.
Interesting.
So for him, it was quite a thing.
Well, he probably at that point heard so many stories about just how bad
Lynching,
treated.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All the way up to death, but all the abuse that people would receive in the movement when they were in jail, especially by themselves.
Yeah. So he decides to march, and Abernethy and Shuttlesworth say, let's march. And they march about 50 steps out of the Gaston Motel to the downtown Birmingham, and they're arrested. And that's where King goes to jail, writes that Birmingham letter. But that change of clothes, you can't even imagine. It's so hard to even visualize, and we could get a photo. If we were really sophisticated right now, we'd get a photo of Dr. King in overalls, because I think there's a couple.
Is there one here in the room? Do we have? No, we don't. It's not one of these.
No, there wouldn't be.
Go see if we can go.
But you always see him in dress with his tie.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And for him to dress like this was.
Right, it's a big deal. So this is when, you know, this is at the same time where, I mean, the civil rights movement where Black people, but Black men are trying to be
Right.
considered to be equal, as good as white men.
Yeah,
I am a man, right? The
Yeah.
big placards, I'm a man, I deserve equal treatment. And so they always showed up with their best foot forward.
Mm.
That's why they were always in suit and tie, because they felt like and also at the time, that was the reality
is
of
that Kimeu?
get out of here. Oh, this is oh my goodness. We found we're gonna hold an iPad up to an iPhone. That's what we're gonna do here. I don't know what that looks like.
It looks good.
But there he is. He's in full denim right there.
Yeah, it's
I've never seen this actually.
it's quite a thing, isn't it? And he's not a very tall man.
No, he's not.
Okay, so
6 or 5.
But neither am I. You know what I'm saying, David?
yeah,
Neither
its
am I.
strength is not reflected
I'm
in
joking.
his size.
Me and Zelensky and MLK.
It's exactly.
Yeah, that's cool. I'd never seen this.
Uh-huh. And he's at a pulpit there, right? So the juxtaposition, or he's at,
Wow.
yeah.
Thanks, Hanson.
Thanks, Hanson.
But yeah, so it was a big deal for him to wear anything that wasn't a suit, let alone something that was seen as for folks in the field, literal
Yeah.
literal field.
So here, wait, unless you
Yeah.
have something to say, I want to ask your question.
Okay.
So I asked you about your dad. This has been great so far, but you told me yesterday when.
Yeah, bring it up to now.
Well, yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah. So when I decided to, right? Yeah. So for all of the historical, the historical references we just talked about, the moment for me that it became something to think about again for me was seeing Zelensky in the Oval Office
Mhm.
and having him be questioned about what he was wearing and why.
Because he was directly questioned, wasn't he?
Yeah, and it's interesting because he's this is how he's looked for years now,
Mhm.
right? That his country's been at war. He's worn what the folks who are in the military wear in Ukraine in solidarity with them. But also he wasn't the first one to invent this. Like Churchill did,
yeah.
many others have before. But this is the first time he was questioned about it,
Mm.
and he had to defend himself. And so what he was wearing and why he was wearing it became a big piece of that Oval Office interaction. And it made me think again about what it means to not be at war the same way that Zelensky is, but you're fighting for the existence of your country in the way that you know it today,
Uh-huh.
is what we're doing right now. And it's the battle for that, the identity of this country, is most pitched now in the past decade, and for decades, actually, since the civil rights movement, I'd say. It has never been at the height that it is now. And in some ways, I guess we could say it's more at risk than it was even then, because some norms have been completely shattered.
Yeah, the expectation that government will follow the Constitution
Right.
is under deep risk today.
Or listen to judges,
Or
right?
listen to
That's
judges,
the
right.
question right now.
Yep.
Follow any laws
Right.
that the president could be held accountable. Like that was a time when we thought, yes, of course.
Yeah.
And now I don't know, and I'm doubtful. So, on this thought of it's time for us to kick it up a notch. It's time for Common Power to not just be a part of progressive organizations that are protecting what we have, and that it is on organizations like us who involve ourselves in elections in red and purple areas that it's time to go on the offense. And this felt right, especially coming to Jubilee. It felt right. I know that from here out, David, you want me to wear overalls every single day, but I will. I feel like this is appropriate, and it's appropriate like for this era that we're in.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the things that I've loved about these conversations, and just last night and today, is this like stop, pause, and just literally talk to each other.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Each of these conversations have had that feel. Like, let's just talk.
Yep.
So I think,
And some of that's thanks to you and the way that you conduct interviews and stuff, and you talk to folks with some of your journalism background coming in. I don't know if you second that, Hanson, but maybe Hanson would co-sign that.
Hanson, I don't know. He doesn't say anything nice about me. That's
I would co-sign. that.
Hey,
David's a great communicator who parses it in his interview.
there you go. All right.
so.
I want to tell you what my reaction is to you wearing overalls,
Sure,
okay? Because I saw you in overalls yesterday
yeah,
for the first time, and yesterday you were in brown.
I was, yeah.
It was brown, and I don't think I've ever seen brown overalls, okay?
In your life?
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
think so.
man.
Yeah, yeah, you can believe that though.
I
okay?
do, of course I
Okay.
can. Coming from you, yeah.
But I've certainly seen blue overalls
Okay.
a number of times. And when I saw you wearing them yesterday, I thought, that's really, I mean, I understand the historical meaning of it in general, overalls. So I was like, well, that's cool. And I respect you. And also you're the leader of the organization that I'm part of. So I'm like, that feels good. That feels good that this person that I'm working with and that we're all together with, but I'm with you, is wearing the overalls. Then today you wear the blue overalls. And now you tap into a deeper cultural memory for me because I have that fits what I think is an overall now.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I was responding to the idea of the overalls.
Yeah.
Today, I'm responding to the actual imagery of it that fits, right?
Because I'm hitting the color, right? You're like, okay, the indigo, man, this goes back, because back when denim was only one color, you're like, this is something right here.
I'm seeing James Bevel here.
Okay, okay.
I'm seeing James Orange.
Sure.
All right. But I'm not seeing them because part of them, not them solely. I'm seeing you too.
Sure.
Right. And
Like us in the context of, like, we talk about this work in the context of history and furthering their work. And it's often a metaphor. But now you're like, this feels literal. This feels like we're getting close to this being the exact thing, just into the future.
And yeah, exactly. And I understand that as a leader, when you make a decision to dress or talk a certain way, that you take all the responsibility that comes with that, right?
Yeah.
You do. And so you putting this on is like catches me in a different emotional way today of like, you're like saying, I am taking it all in and on. All right. I am, so that we can be.
Right.
And there's something there, man, that's powerful. It really is. And especially when you walk into that foot soldiers breakfast this morning.
Yeah.
When those people in that room, they know.
They're looking at, yeah. I got some comments and some folks looking at me, nodding their head and stuff. They understand. Yeah. There's a certain like reverence for.
They look up, I'm wearing those.
Yeah.
It's not largely okay. Okay. Identity wise.
Okay.
Like I'd have to be proven it in all kinds of ways.
Yeah.
You have to prove it in a different way to them. They're like, okay, so are you just a come lately dude who's just dressed this way? Or do you have a story that merits that?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so you know, though, I mean, this isn't like you're surprised with this. You understand that in putting on that pair of clothes, you now have to represent a certain way.
Well, so yeah, I think, but here's the other, I also think that it's not just that that I now have to earn it. I feel like I only put this on because I feel like I've earned it.
I think you have earned it. Yes.
Like all of last year when we're knocking on doors and I'm in a different state more than I'm back at home.
Yeah.
We were all earning it. The entire CP community was out there hitting doors and on the front lines. Like that was what, and then also me knowing what we're going to be doing. Like for the next 5-6 weeks, I'm going to be gone every single weekend, either knocking on doors for an election or rallying our volunteers in one of the places where we have a bunch of them gathered around the country in preparation for more elections. So this is kind of like, I'm getting ready for more, man. I may never take these off.
And Charles, you don't remember this, but because I was looking at you throughout producing the film, you actually wore the brown overalls on Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
In Washington, DC.
Yeah.
So that's where I saw them for the first time.
Yeah.
So you've been, they're your battle.
I wore them when I wore some, so yeah, those are some gray ones. Oh, yeah. I wore them to the MAGA rally. I wore them and I had them on intentionally during that time as kind of like, it felt like battle armor.
Does it feel like a little bit of armor?
It does. Well, here it does say not so much because these are my people, you know, like they know, like this feels like I've been out there. I've been in the field. doing the work, and this is me I'm still wearing the same thing. But when I was in DC surrounded by them, it did feel like, hey, I'm not actually one of y'all, okay? This is where I'm coming from right here.
In the same way that someone who has a certain sexual identity will intentionally dress a certain way
Right.
to convey something, right?
Yep.
And then they're watching to see how people respond to that.
That's right. And the people that know will see something and go, okay, yep.
Yeah.
Your family, you're with us. Yeah.
So this all sets us up for this frame of an on the offense year for Common Power. And it's interesting because Black Voters Matter used this room earlier today.
Yeah.
They're going to come back tomorrow. They want to bring some people tomorrow. The group that they want to bring tomorrow that you're going to talk to them, their frame for 2025 is time to go on the offense.
Is it really?
Yes.
Okay.
So tomorrow when you say this,
Yeah.
they're going to be like with you.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's on the offense. So there's something very powerful in this notion of going on the offense. So what do you philosophically, let's not go down into the weeds of like we're knocking doors in Florida. What is that paradigm shift of going on the offense mean for you and CP?
I think that immediately after November, our reflex was, and it was strategic. We've got to protect what we've got. They're gonna attack us. We got to look after the marginalized folks. We got to look after the things that we love and protect what we have. I think after a loss in general, you fall back and regroup. And so that is a protective and defensive position that you're in. And it's easy to fall back because you've been there, right? So you can go back to something familiar and it's more comfortable than kind of being out front. To go on the offense, it takes a trajectory. Like you have to know where the hell you're going. And so there was this moment where all of us, I think, are kind of like, what is this? What is happening? What is gonna happen? Like right around when we were out in DC, it was, what is this administration going to do exactly? There are the things that he promised and he said, but how far is he gonna go?
Mhm.
Like Doge and Elon Musk and the data was not on Project 2025. There's so many things that happened actually on day one and right after that define, just how fearful that we had to be, but we didn't know. And so there's this one choosing this trajectory of saying, here's where we're going to go. And that takes, there's a risk there because maybe it's the wrong direction. Maybe you're stepping out too far, too fast, or you should be over here instead. The other one is it's a bet on what we do well. And when I looked at the full ecosystem of organizations that do this work, and I thought about why it was tough for us to find our footing, excuse me, it was because we're an on the offense organization. Everybody else is very good at kind of like rallying around or there's something happens, we react to it with lawsuits, it's a defensive move. We're reacting to things that they're doing. But when you decide to go and compete in an election or to move into their territory, to pressure them in places where they're safe, that's going on the offense in a way that we can do uniquely. There are organizations that do really well on servicing people, but they can't go on the offense in the way that we can. So for us, it was understanding what our identity was in this like broader ecosystem on the left, and then like seizing it, like deciding that we're going to commit to this and we're going to push hard, and then we're going to drag people there because people are still in the kind of protective, I'm not sure, should we be reserving our energy, and it's us saying this is the place we need to go, and we need to go now and fast, and you need to come with us. We're the ones that are going to take you there. And me having to jump out in front and be like, all right, I'm going, let's go.
And part of that offense is going out and I think this is vital to publicly protesting the actions of this administration, to going to the federal building, to going to the Tesla dealerships. I think all of this matters.
Mm-hmm.
All of it matters because public displays of opinion do matter to many people who are in power. They do matter. They may not matter to all of them, but they do matter. That's one of the ways that we're on offense. The other way, main way is by trying to win elections. And I do think that there was a period in the last 3 months since the election where you had to think about whether knocking doors was the way that we should be on the offense, because it's been in our DNA. It has been who we are. And when you have to like think about something that's core to who you are, like it's not as much fun as when you're thinking about something that's kind of fringe
or optional. Yeah, it was right after the election. Immediately following the election, people were like, the door knocking didn't matter.
Right.
It didn't do anything. It didn't get us the win. And because we focused so much on it, then it didn't matter at all. And that's what we grappled with. But like me specifically and with the fieldwork team right after the election was like, did this not matter? Is what we do at the core of our organization, is this something that is no longer relevant? And then more data starts coming out, and it turns out that everywhere where we knock doors, everywhere the campaign put people on the ground in large quantities, that is where the margins were the tightest. That's where we push back the most against the headwinds that we saw nationally. And that's true in the data.
I totally believe that the data, and then we must pay attention to data. I don't think though that's what's pivoted you.
You don't think so?
I think the soul-filling experience of going out back out in the field.
I mean,
in the community that's there and being out there fighting.
I mean, but it has to be both. Okay, so if I was presented with enough data to show me that door knocking didn't matter, I would not feel comfortable rallying everybody.
Okay.
Because I feel like there has to be. I still think there's this strategic element of winning, and we have a responsibility to fitting into that in a way that makes sense.
Responsibility number one is to win and get power.
It is to win. So if we're not helping win and we're just making ourselves feel good, there are other organizations that do that, and that's fine, because morale is an important part of being able to move forward on the left. But we're not just a morale organization. We believe that we swing elections, and we do it out in the field on the margins. So the data was important, and also was the understanding that our people needed to put boots to pavement and be involved in elections at a very tactical, real, visceral level. And that is a combination of both of those things. Me knowing that this is where we fit specifically, and then also our people needed this. And when I say our people, I mean common power community, but also people on the left who want to do something about what's going on need to actually get active. We need to get out there, and it cannot just be protest. We have to win elections. I saw there's a panel that was on earlier that I was paying attention to, and there's this
on our stuff or
no, it was just around Jubilee. Yeah, and I went and we're going and seeing things and hearing folks talk, and there's this narrative that we shouldn't need elected officials, and it's a very like freeing thing. Like we should do it ourselves and we shouldn't rely on them at all. But the reason why Selma and Bloody Sunday is celebrated is because it led to the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act wasn't passed because the people on Bloody Sunday marched into the Congress and voted on it themselves. There were a bunch of white people that were elected in Congress that passed this. There were elected officials that were moved by what happened, and moved by donors, and moved by international stakeholders, and moved by their spouses who saw this and were horrified of their kids or whatever, but they were moved and they voted for something. So it takes elected officials to do this, and it takes elections to elect people who are pressured by things like protests, because there are places in this country where there are people in office who don't give a damn about a protest. In fact, they're passing laws that allow people to run you over if you're protesting in the street, that allow cops to beat you down, and allow them to shut down protests completely.
And those same elected officials who don't give a damn often characterize the protests as, they're just paid protesters.
Right.
They're not really citizens who care about this stuff.
Right.
Any way to dismiss.
Right. So electing people in office is an important part of all of the progress that we've seen in the civil rights movement. in the voting rights movement. And that's why our work is so important. So we've had critiques of people saying like, it's like, this doesn't matter anymore, and you can't trust the Dems, and you can't trust elected officials, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I understand how emotions are on this topic. And also, we don't make progress and cement it without laws and the people who make laws. Full stop. And our organization is the best one at getting people from one part of the country to another to help affect elections.
Okay. Hey, Hanson, can I tag you in?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to come in?
Yeah, we'll switch here. I want to ask you a question to be part of this.
Okay. Wow. Okay. On the spot.
No, not,
I'm not on the offensive, am I?
no.
Hanson on the offensive.
Yeah.
Hanson, you are the most inoffensive person I've seen.
It's because I've been playing very neutral parties.
I think the documentary that you directed and that you are in was it really important for Charles is kind of working through and thinking through a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Can you talk about just the way you've observed Charles through this?
Yeah, it was wonderful because it was very much I saw a real-time transformation of you, not as a leader. I mean, you know who you are as a leader, but it was just, I know that this was a moment of transformation for you, not indecision, not doubt. I'd seen your confidence leading up to the election, and then the outcome was not what you expected, and you had to regroup. And we went on a trip a few weeks after that, not before we started the documentary, and you were very much in listening mode.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love that as a leader of an organization, feeling great responsibility, not responsible for the outcomes, but responsible for your people and your community.
Yeah.
You decided you had to take this moment of humility and sort of say, okay, what do we need to do next? But I'm not going to sing this yet.
Right.
I'm going to listen. And I love that. And that's what really inspired me to actually think about the documentary is like, what is Charles going to do next?
Mm-hmm.
Can I have access to you for the next 3 weeks to see you think this through?
Process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's create 3 set pieces for you. I mean, it was a bit artificial. Well, that's the first set piece was the first election after the presidential election.
Yeah.
Then we came here and we saw Mr. Charles Malden in Selma, Birmingham, across that bridge. You had a very pivotal conversation with him, both in Birmingham and on the bridge. And then we went to inauguration together.
Yeah.
And I felt like right in the middle of it, right here, the light bulbs went on for you, for me, for Mr. Charles. It was really an incredible thing. And so for me, as an observer, as a director, as a creative, to see you as a leader have that transformative experience and very thoughtful and was really wonderful. It was
Well, and so part of this experience too, though, was, there was this back and forth conversation that we were having where you were trying to find out, what I was thinking in the moment. And so I got to process live with you instead of kind of, by myself. And we also stopped and did StoryCorps here in Selma.
That was great.
We did. It just happened to be the StoryCorps booth happened to be here. But I think, that the process of making the documentary, it did evolve. Like what I knew at the beginning of that and felt about common power and our position in the country on the left in politics. By the end of that journey, we had kind of woven through that, and I had reached some place that I wasn't when I began.
Yeah. Actually, you remind me now that on each one of those 3 set pieces, you and I had a sit-down interview.
Yep.
Just like this, with the
Yeah.
camera going, where we just went at it for half an hour to an hour, just to reflect on that particular moment.
Mhm.
And each conversation was different, and it was really wonderful. And I love the fact that you were able to be so open and reflective with me throughout. And that's what really drove the narrative of the film. It was your voice and that transformation. In a weird way, I mean, you wouldn't call it a therapy session, but both for you and Mr. Charles, there was some deep reflection going on that led to that transformation.
Yeah, it was definitely when we've had moments where we've been punched in the gut, how do we keep going?
Yeah.
And that's why we go on these trips down to the South, is to, whether we win or lose the election in November, we come here to reset, reground ourselves and find out how these folks did it every single year. And I mentioned in the documentary, Rosa Parks, 1955, Voting Rights Act, 1965,
What's the math on that? 10
It
years.
was a decade, wasn't the beginning, 55 wasn't the beginning, 65 wasn't the end, but in that decade where you can discern these bookends, they didn't win all the time. And yet they persevered to some sort of victory at 65. So how do we do that even when we know, when we don't know that 65 is gonna happen, the win is gonna happen?
And I never said this to you overtly during the process of making the documentary, but I had 2 points of doubt about what you all were doing. My first doubt was like everybody else. I was wondering about door knocking,
Yeah.
whether it was really effective. But did you guys lose because you thought door knocking was it? And my second point of doubt has always been, do we really always want to relive these stories of the civil rights movement for 60 years ago if it's not hitting the mark with other generations? And what do we do to bring it into this moment? And so for me, my transformation in making this film was I saw the direct line from door knocking to walking across that bridge, and why they are, you used a different word about it yesterday, but I saw it as a moment of bravery. You saw it as a moment of, when you knock on that door, it's a moment of faith. And I love that. And so I saw it. And then I by the end of making this film, I'm 100% in agreement with you on why door knocking matters and why you do it. And secondly, the fact that we were able together to draw that line from the history of the civil rights movement to today and recognize that two are inextricably linked. You do what you do today because of what happened 60 years ago. And the two must inform each other. You don't take the same strategies,
Right.
but you take those values, and you take that sense of community and move forward. So that was my transformation while making the film.
I love that. I love that. And that's, coming here and doing the work is a transformative thing. Both of those things are catalysts, and it's just engine that keeps us going and going and going.
And Hanson, what are the pieces that got you to that transformation?
So in terms of it was, I've always been reticent about the whole door knocking thing. In terms of, I don't mind going, I worked in the Middle East where I would talk to complete strangers, to Hezbollah or Hamas or whatever else. But the idea of going up to somebody's door and asking what their politics is totally, that's crazy. Yeah. So I'm never doing that. But to actually.
Yeah, you won't do that. She'll go into
that. But there's different points occurring. But to actually witness you.
Yeah.
And you admitted you're not the best door knocker.
I'm not.
But I saw some of the best door knocking going on there. That was she was like the hit star of the film. But I just saw, and I felt for you guys. Like, this is the first time out after a drubbing.
Yeah.
And you're just going out there again. And you don't know what you're going to face. And there was those moments of the film where you're not feeling good about this, but you're still doing it. And there was that revelation at the end, and I wasn't there for that one knock, the last day you were out there, then you knock on somebody's door, and you reveal that this person was actually quite happy to see you.
Yeah.
And the person didn't know that there was an election.
Yeah.
So you were able to get that person to go out and vote that day.
Well, I mean, and that's one of those that anecdote there. I mean, I've experienced that probably dozens of times now, where I know that person voted because I came here. Okay. And then whenever I ask, it's so funny because it'll be the same audience, it'll be a group of people, and there'll be someone who's like, how do we know this works? How do we know this works? And it'll be like the CP community people. And I'll go, anyone knock on a door where you're sure you talked to someone who wouldn't have voted? Like you told them it was today, or you told them that that they needed this piece of ID, or you told them where their polling place was, and like all these hands go up. So I'm like, you guys, you know that you delivered someone to vote. If you didn't go there, so to multiply that by hundreds of people, or thousands, or tens of thousands, is knocked doors last year, and it's doing something. It's doing something.
And my turning of the tide in terms of my opinion of this was in the conversations you and I had on multiple occasions about the impact of technology, and that technology and AI are creating multiple realities. And you don't know where the truth is. We don't know where the trust is anymore, but you can trust when somebody shows up in front of you.
That's it. And that's my future forward prediction is, people are going to say, I actually don't, when I look online, I can't tell. I don't know if this video is real. When I hear this audio clip, I don't know if this is real. Like right now, a bunch of what Trump and their people are saying, if MSNBC shows a clip or something, it's like, that's not me saying that, or that's fake, or I don't remember saying that. And they could say that clip from 2000, whatever, when we all heard him say this. that it's not real. Eventually he's gonna be able to say that the Access Hollywood clip, the audio that we all were alive to witness, he's gonna say that was AI. And there's gonna be a generation that goes, yeah, probably, because it's ridiculous.
We're already doing that with January 6th,
Right.
right? That's already being reassigned to
There
this
you go.
trend, right?
There you go. So how do you make the case then in the future where nothing online is true unless you already believe it?
Show up in person.
You gotta show up in person. That's it.
And so to respond to David's other question about the civil rights connection, I think many of us think that voting rights, the Rex Montgomery Voting Rights Act is passed. It's like the war with Germany comes to an end and everything changes. But I'm thinking even just the last two days being here, that we have to make a documentary about Selma after March 1965, because things did not change and things got worse and there was resistance. And we always think that if we just turn off the lights, everybody goes home, the war is won, but the war is not won. That was a battle won. And to hear you in conversation with Charles Malden say, why did I not have a book? That really will be rung true for me. It's like, and why did you stop? Why did you, Charles Malden, stop? So I thought, that's why I always thought the civil rights movement was past history, because game over, it was won, but it was not. And now we're facing the consequences of having seen it that way. And so that to me was the other way that we sort of linked it to, and that we have, as you said, as you learned, or at least as you share it, we have to build the community, we have to sustain the camp. We can't leave them behind ever.
Yeah, that's the only way that we can be ready for the next fight, because we have to assume that this is a battle that every generation has to wage.
Yes.
And that our democracy, as imperfect as it is, has got to be earned. It's got to be earned every single generation. And so how do you make sure that you don't start from zero when that lesson has to be learned? You've got to stand up a volunteer force that's always going to be ready and always going to be able to adapt to the current need in the moment using current and future tools.
Well, I love that. Well, I think, to me, now that I'm having this conversation, I think ultimately, for me, the documentary, I got a chance to learn from you. I mean, maybe I was learning from you as you were figuring things out in real time, but it helped me enormously to understand what you're doing, why it's important, and to solve a couple of challenges I had myself. So ultimately, the documentary was for me, not for you.
Okay, all right. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Want to come back in, David? You want
Let's get back in.
Okay.
Get back in here.
Thanks, man. So, what have you taken away from the last 36 hours of Selma that fits into the Army offense paradigm?
One of the things that is really enlightening, and I think will continue to be for those of us who mobilize within blue bubbles. So this like liberal elite class that exists in California and Seattle and New York is what exactly it takes to fight in a space where victory is not certain or not possible, where you're pretty sure you're going to lose.
In the non-blue bubbles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in these blue bubbles are kind of like, we're going to win, but like, how good are we going to win?
Exactly.
What kind of Democrat's going to get elected? Because it's going to be a Democrat.
We
right?
don't, we live in Seattle. I don't for a moment think like the world's gonna end in Seattle.
Right. But in a place like Alabama
Yep.
or another red state where there are a bunch of people who don't believe that everyone should have the same rights,
Yep.
or that LGBTQ folks should not be afforded the same rights as regular people, or that women maybe they shouldn't vote. These are the conversations that are happening right now. How do you still wake up every day and fight when that is your reality? Those are the lessons that we learned from Selma, from Alabama, from other states in the South, and it adds context to our movement and the folks who come from these blue areas, and it's humbling. It's humbling, and there's no way that we can say the suffering that we go through, the stress that we are experiencing, the hardships that we think are coming our way, or anything close to what they have to live through on a regular basis. There's a law that was recently passed here in Alabama, and either it's passed or it's about to pass, where the police can now do whatever they want to you and not be prosecuted. I think the guy was talking about, there's 4 layers of protection for them under the law, where they can do things to you that, you know, we read about sometimes in the news. That's the kind of law that would never pass in Washington State, never. And these folks, as hard as their lives have been, just got worse. Now, if you're an organizer in a state, you're at higher risk just for being more vocal, being on the news, people knowing who you are. And that's not a risk I have coming out of Seattle. So some of this is like, I want to take this message back to these places where people are freaking out and they're reading the news and they're like, it's all falling down. And every day, these people who have it worse off, they get up every day, they're like, I'm gonna keep fighting. In the face of getting beat down as you cross the bridge. They saw the troops at a certain point in the bridge, maybe it was 70% across. They saw the troops waiting for them. And they didn't turn around. They could have been like, whoa, hold on, time out. There's a bunch of troopers over there. There's horses, right? We're gonna turn around. No, they walked all the way. And that's where you get that picture of John Lewis and the troopers face to face almost. They walked all the way to danger. So that's what I get from this experience, is understanding contextually where we stand as blue states and how much we owe to the continuing fight for voting rights in America.
That's great. That's great. Thanks.
Yeah. So that's why we got to go on offense. We got to go on the offense from the places where we can afford to do so. And in Seattle and in the places that I'm going to be traveling to.
Which is?
Chicago. We have volunteers in Chicago and in that region. So we're going to mobilize Chicago. In Los Angeles, we have volunteers in Los Angeles. We're
going there not to win elections in Chicago or Los Angeles, to mobilize them.
We're going to mobilize volunteers.
Yes.
We've got volunteers in the Denver area in Colorado, another blue state. We're going to mobilize people there. At least Stephanic's seat's going to be up in New York at some point. There's a lot of liberals in New York and in the Northeast up there, Connecticut, right?
The tariffs are hitting hard in that district too, because there's a lot of cross-border.
That's right. That's right. So these are people who, and so they've got a House race that's coming, right? US House race. They live in a blue state. There's an overabundance of progressive energy and resources in that state. They need to get their asses up and get out there and hit the doors. And I'm going to deliver that message personally. So we're on the offense. I'm going to be wearing overalls probably for the next few months, because when people see me, they need to get the message as well.
Yeah, that's great, man.
Okay. All right, man. Yeah, good job on this. Good job on this. Well done. Thank you for everyone who's watching. Hopefully you're going to do more than just watch, and you're going to join me on bills. And if you can't for some reason join us knocking on doors, you can sponsor somebody to knock on doors with us. There's a bunch of Gen Zers that are looking to get involved, and there's a bunch of educators that are ready to knock on doors.
Where do they go do that online to?
On our donate page, the bottom of our donate page, there is hey, this is the Common Power website. The donate button on the bottom of the, can I pull this up actually? I might do this. Is it on here?
You have to use a remote control. No, it's on the Samsung screen.
Oh, it's on the screen. Okay.
Touch?
No.
Come on, come on.
Let's dress up.
See, we have a young person who can come help us.
She's the one who did it.
Show us how to get to
Here comes our Celestia, our person who takes care of.
Come up here so that people can see you do this. Okay, donate page. Okay. Right there. Okay, perfect. This is on the TV.
Yeah.
It's a Samsung browser.
Wow, that's why it's so slow. Okay, all right. This is David's favorite page. I don't know if y'all know this, but David raises money for Common Power. Okay, scroll all the way to the bottom. All the way, there we go. Keep going, keep going. Look at all his work. You wrote a bunch of those. It's good stuff, man. Look at that. Keep going all the way to the bottom. Where is it at? It's other ways to give. Boom, right there. Okay, you can't see it exactly, but volunteer. You can sponsor volunteers to travel. These are 2 folks with us in Georgia now, and that's where you can support. If you can't travel, support another volunteer to travel.
And we since you launched this initiative, and you also been talking about it in our videos.
Yeah.
we have had several people make donations to support a volunteer, and you can add a note on there. When you make a donation to Act Blue, it doesn't have any place in there for a note. But on the transaction form that we use for this, there is a place for a note. And so many people are giving us notes of like, go get them. I'm with you, right? You know, I can't come, but I want to be part of the team, right?
Yeah.
And every time now the donation comes in, I scroll down to see what the note's gonna be, and I started sharing them in our group Slack.
It means a lot to see those, man.
I shared one, and then like I had another one, and then there was another one. So I kept sharing these Slacks, but I'm like, they're here, right?
Yeah.
And you all need to know this.
We do.
Hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to know we're not alone. And we don't want to wait until we're out in the field to know that we've got support. People are out there with us. So
Yeah.
it's good stuff.
Thanks for your time, man.
Thank you.
Yep. We're gonna be back here in 4 minutes at 5:05 or 5 minutes after the hour, wherever you are. See you back here in 5 minutes. We're gonna be joined by a new guy, a new friend that I just met from Florida. Okay? Back.
Is it good? Yeah.
Back up though.
Did he get fired?
Hey, everybody. It's 5 o'clock. Is that what time it is?
It is 5:05.
5:05 Selma time. 3:05 Pacific time, 6:05 Eastern time. And we're gonna spend the next hour talking to a gentleman that I just met Wednesday on the airplane, Mark Sims. Mark, nice to see you.
Great to be here. Thank you for asking me.
Yep, and I've asked a colleague of ours, Merle Holloway, to join us too. He's an educator in Huntsville.
So, yep, thank you.
And you're a retired Episcopalian priest.
I am.
Okay, see, Merle here is kind of a letter also, all right? He's got that spiritual mission to him, really serious.
Yeah.
And I just asked Merle, I thought maybe he'd come in here and the three of us could have a conversation, okay?
Fantastic. Fantastic.
So I asked you because here's what happened. We're sitting next to each other on the airplane and I'm looking out the window it's a small plane, right?
Right, it was.
Two on each side and it was kind of getting knocked around, right?
Yep, absolutely. We were warned it might get knocked around.
We were flying from Atlanta to Montgomery. And I'm looking out the window as we're coming into the final landing. And I didn't know there's so much water in this area of Merle. I just, I'm like lakes and stuff, all right? And I'm paying attention to that. I'm looking out the window, but I'm looking over you because you're at the window. And that's always a little bit socially kind of awkward, but then there's a whole bunch of flickering images on your phone. And inevitably my eyes are just drawn to like, what are those flickering images? And it's black and white. And it's images of marchers. Okay. And having spent so much time and life learning and spending time in Selma and in the South, I know what those images are. And when I see somebody else looking at them, I'm intrigued. So we end up landing and I asked you, I said, is that Eyes on the Prize? Were you looking at Eyes on the Prize? And I had to guess this guy's going to Selma, right? Here it's the 60th anniversary. And I said to you, are you going to Selma? And you began to tell me a little bit about yourself. And so if whatever you're comfortable with sharing, and I appreciate you came here really on a little bit of an act of faith to come and talk to us. Tell us about your kind of journey up to becoming an Episcopal priest.
All right.
Okay.
I was born and raised in Central Florida. I'm a fifth generation Floridian, believe it or not.
Okay.
Hardly anyone is from Florida. They move to Florida, then they usually get out. But I'm from Florida, and my dad who is still alive, is an engineer, electrical engineer, and his dad was a newspaper editor. So, and we all lived in that same town in Central Florida. And I went off to college and got a degree in political science.
Where'd you go?
I went to University of Florida.
Okay.
So I went to University of Florida, got a degree in political science, had no idea what I was going to do with it, but I knew that I was not great at working for someone else. So I had to figure out what I was going to do. I had family members that had a construction company, and they asked me to come in and work with them, and with the opportunity to buy the place out if that's what I wanted to do. I've got two brothers who are just a couple years younger than I am. We all went down there together and worked together for almost 20 years. And I was a contractor in South Florida for 20 years. And I just had got to the point where I realized this is not what I want to be doing. If someone says, you don't have a whole lot of time left, is this what you really want to be doing? And it was not. And I felt a call back to the church. I'm a cradle Episcopalian. I have really not spent any time church shopping, with other denominations. But I went back to the Episcopal Church. I had not been going to church for quite a while, which I wear as a bit of a badge of honor. I gotta go back with a fresh set of eyes. And some of those preconceived notions that we had. So I went back as an adult, and instead of looking at church through the eyes of a kid, and the more I did that, the more I wanted to get involved. I don't know why. I just felt I wanted to get involved. I like,
How old are we at this point?
I was, but, probably 34 or something like that. And, so getting back involved in the church, and there was something I just felt drawn to being more active. And it was a church that my grandparents would take us to when we would go down to Miami and visit them for, Christmas or Easter. And, so I'm familiar with the liturgy. It's the same, we have the same liturgy. You walk in, if you're an Episcopal, you walk in, you pretty much know what's going to happen. The hymns may be different, but there's a rhythm to it. It's very much like the Catholic liturgy.
What's it called? Is it in their calendar there, or what's it called? It's predictive that you teach on certain books.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's a set of readings that we know, and it's on a 3-year cycle. And
Okay.
we repeat that, every 3 years. We just had Ash Wednesday, so we're in Lent season now. But the more I got involved there, the more I just felt drawn to do something. And I really started working with the acolytes and, the servers, and went and talked to the priest and said, hey, I'm interested in getting more involved. And he says, tell me what you want to do. And if you like it, let's continue with it. So I did. And the more I participated, the more I felt I wanted to get involved. And I got to a point where I knew that I needed to be part of this church leadership.
Okay, let's stop right there. I want you to jump in anywhere you got a question. Okay, anywhere, man.
Guys.
Okay, because you're a really nice guy and kind of wait,
Yes.
I want you to jump in. My next question is, what was the racial experiences you had growing up, and kind of thinking around that? Because we want to talk about.
Sure. So I lived in, it was a segregated time. I was born in 1957. But the elementary school that I went to, it was all white. I did not see an African American until I went to 7th grade and got into junior high school, and it was a totally different experience. Not just because I was an underdeveloped 7th grader with some really, 9th graders that, had started to fill out, but just because of, it was the first time I really had gone to church with African Americans.
Go to school.
Going to school. And when I was raised, the things I remembered most when I was younger. So when the civil rights movement was started, and then really in its time in the early 60s, mid 60s, I was privileged to watch my dad come home and yell at the television set with news that was on, because he didn't like that, what was happening, and he echoed some of those sentiments. And he's a loving, caring guy. My parents were, just wonderful people. We were brought up and had whatever we needed, and but he just saw things differently. And
Would he use racist terminology?
he would,
Mm-hmm.
he would, and freely so.
Okay.
It was, and that was natural for us. And so, of course, I picked that up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just part of the lexicon. That's what we did. We were certainly careful not to use that language where we might get the crap kicked out of us.
Mhm.
But certainly when we spoke with one another, boys and stuff, that language was used. And it wasn't always some really hard courts language. It was really us and them. We didn't feel that we were part of one holistic group of a community together. So one of the things I remember was seeing Ebenezer Baptist Church and that famous sign that's got out front of that. There's a blue sign that says Ebenezer Baptist Church. And I distinctly remember seeing that on the news, and that's back when we probably only got two channels, CBS and NBC. And a reporter was standing under the sign, and my dad, damn it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the images that stuck with me. So it was not until I had gone to seminary, and I'll speed up real quick, and I was in my early 40s. I had done an internship in Atlanta. And it took a woman, a fellow classmate who was from California, someone who did not have any skin in the game between North and South. And she said it happened to be a celebration of Martin Luther King's birthday. So it had to be 1999 or something, probably. And she said, we're going to go down to the church, and we're going to go service worship there.
In Atlanta?
In Atlanta, Ebenezer Baptist Church. And I famously had my picture taken underneath that sign, and remember sending that, you couldn't send, by phone at the time, but, getting the picture and getting a print made and sending it to my dad and said, hey, this is where I was over the weekend.
So taking like where you are from the moment from your upbringing now to the point of 40 under the Ebenezer Church, what would you say kind of shifted your mind from that moment, or if it did shift your mind in understanding how important not only the civil rights movement, but the spiritual component that was added to, because that's the major part of the civil rights movement is the spiritual aspect that they relied. So you looking from the outside in, how did you look at it now at 40, coming up from upbringing?
So when I went to seminary, Episcopal seminary is a 3-year ordeal, and we got it's a life-changing experience.
Yeah.
It really was, and it was I'm grateful for that time always. I learned so much about myself and others, and certainly you learn about the church and your faith, but really I think that the most important stuff is you learn about yourself. And you can't help others unless you know where you stand and what you stand for. So during those 3 years, I would, go back every year and report to my bishop, and I would sit down with my bishop, and my bishop would talk to me and say, hey, how's it going? It's going great. And I did my hospital rotation, and I love that. And, I think maybe being a hospital chaplain is something I want to do. And he said, okay, all right. And it wasn't until that last year when I went to Atlanta and spent time there that it really changed me, because I was immersed in the community. And I think the real come to Jesus moment for me was washing dishes for people who we served at this church, served lunch to them. And they came in, and there would be 250 people that would come in every single day at the church in Atlanta. And I chose the job of washing dishes because I got to stand there next to somebody and talk to them the entire time. And it was, somebody that was in the community who was eating. So part of what he was doing to repay was washing dishes and just spending that time with them. And then going to Ebenezer Baptist Church, celebrating in a Baptist church, singing some of the same hymns that the Episcopalians sing, but also experiencing church in a way that was completely different than I was used to. It was much more free and open and spontaneous, where the Episcopal liturgy is pretty, you know what you're going to do at every single minute. So being with people and worshiping with them, it really changed me. It really did. And I got the chance. I met Desmond Tutu there. We stood outside. It was raining. It was cold. It was in January. And one of the things I remember were the dignitaries that were coming in to participate in the service. The limos would pull up and drop them off, and big SUVs would come and drop them off. And it was exciting to see them. I had seen them on TV and all. But Desmond Tutu was just walking down the sidewalk by himself, no entourage. And it really struck me, this guy who really was living out exactly what he taught and what he stood for. And watching him just walk down the sidewalk to come to the church. And then getting some time to spend with him after the service. But I really got a glimpse of some of the danger that we were all in at the time, worshiping together. Because there were certainly people that, anytime there's a gathering, like crossing the bridge, there are people who are upset about that.
Yeah, well, there's gonna be a target tomorrow. It's gonna be a target. Yeah. You want to wipe out 40,000 people in one shot? Yeah.
Yeah. So I think in spending some time with a few people here from Selma, it's something that goes on, and they are either involved or they're not. But walking into Ebenezer Baptist Church and service before 9/11, and having to go through a metal detector and being frisked to go into a church was a whole different experience. And then, having breakfast with a lady who had to be in her 90s, downstairs eating salmon croquettes for breakfast. And talking about her experience and how much things changed and what it was like for her when Martin Luther King was there.
So with all that though, right? Was there a moment in your time being Episcopal parishioner? Did you ever find a moment where you had a 360 moment? So the question I'm really trying to ask is from the upbringing to going through the seminary moment, seeing the Desmond Tutu, being at the Ebenezer Baptist Church, did you ever come to another crossroad and began to look at, I see the world different than from those moments. And it's because of those moments, it has shaped and molded how I see things from that standpoint.
So the time that I spent there, I was able to articulate to my bishop and to the priest who oversaw the work that we were doing that I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And I wanted to work in a downtown ministry. And I wanted to work with people who are homeless. That was my main focus. And when I said, this is what I want to do, the bishop had said, that's what I've been waiting at. And I had a job right away. I worked at the Episcopal Cathedral in downtown Miami. And homelessness, we had people sleeping on the steps of the cathedral, every single night. Rain or shine, heat and cold. And it was working at, it was washing dishes and then seeing people who were being turned away from church because they were homeless. because there were people who were going to church who didn't want that. They wanted a nice, clean environment, and they didn't want to have to walk and step over homeless people in order to get into church.
Would you say at a point, somewhere along the way, you said, I have been tolerating, probably even contributing to a racism in our society, and we are all imperfect, and so I'll never be able to shed those skins entirely, but I am going to be a different person. I am going to be a priest of X. I am going to be someone that treasures racial justice. I am somebody, or is that not a kind of moment for you, and that you just committed to kind of a life of social justice?
I committed more to a life of social justice, and I had to grow into that. It was not just a immediate thing that happened.
We just met.
I couldn't, it was impossible to shed 40 years of baggage, in a day. It took some time.
Yeah.
It took some time. And, as I would preach sometimes and say, when you come up for communion, part of what we're doing is you're bringing your baggage up and set the baggage down, and then take the bread of Christ and drink the wine, and don't pick the baggage up that you set down. This is a renewal for you. And it's hard for people to do. And I've spoken with people who said I would pick those bags up and go back every time, but it got to the point where I thought, I can just set this down, or the load was lighter. And for me, it was a lot like that. It was, I did not want to completely shed what it felt like when I was 20, because I wanted that to be part of who I was. And I remember those. They're scars that are on you. I mean, you can change, and you can, your skin will heal, but you may have a scar that reminds you of, I got that when I was fishing one time and cut myself with a knife. So I live with those, and I don't want to forget them. And I've had some, we've had some horrible experiences that I was part of a church, and our church was affected by the Parkland massacre. We had one of our parishioners, one of our students that was killed in Parkland, and someone had said, do you still remember that? And I was like, oh yeah. So some of that is, I want to remember how I felt a little bit as more of a racist person. I don't want to forget what that felt like, because if I do, it's not going to be me, and it's harder for me to talk to people who are themselves trying.
Right.
So, my ministry is not to convince you, because you're already there. And what I want to do is I want to be the person who is able to talk the language of someone who still is not quite there yet.
Okay. Yeah.
And because I understand, and I can use the language that they use, that we use together. And I'm not an outsider. They see me as someone they can trust.
There's a deep empathy in that. There's a relational empathy that is essential, and to be a bridge for others. Is you cannot just stand on the other side of that bridge and call people over. You have to be able to honestly, vulnerably walk with them in our imperfections, right? I'm from Dearborn, Michigan, and Dearborn abuts directly Detroit, Michigan. They share a city line. And the Dearborn police, I came to learn as I grew up, used to line up at the Detroit Dearborn city line and just block anybody black from coming into Dearborn, right? Just would block them. And that was just my beginning of learning of the racism the oxygen that I breathed growing up. And when we started coming to Alabama, we met somebody, this was in 2014. who had done a lot of work, an African-American woman in town. And she said, I'm from Inkster, Michigan. And Inkster, Michigan was another suburb of Detroit that was all like 90% Black. My town was 97% white. And when our teams would play sports and so on, there would be all of the kind of racial hostility and disagreement and understandings and stereotypes and so on. So she said she's from Inkster. And I just really felt compelled to go up and tell her, as an act of transparency and honesty, that I'm from Dearborn, Michigan. And if that's not something we can, like, I just want you to know that, like, I'm not really here to say I'm sorry, because I don't even know if that's the right thing to say, but that's where I'm from. Like, that's my background. Like, kind of like, if you want to throw me out now, it's okay. But I want you to know that. And she said, she put her hand on my arm and she said, honey, we're all from someplace. The question is where you're going. Okay. And I felt at that moment a chance to become, right? And like, so that I understand what you're saying. And you live in Florida. You live in a space in which, man, you're trying to connect with people where that gap is, you have to, it's not starting from Berkeley or Madison, Wisconsin, right? So I understand that. I do want to ask you now to bring it forward, why you came to Selma, right? Why you're here.
I think it's part of my continued growth. It's, you know, as I had said earlier, there was not just maybe one time, and I didn't necessarily have something happen and do a 360. It was a gradual movement towards who I am today. I've got a friend, an Episcopal priest who lives here, so it was easy to be here because I got a tour of the entire town a couple days ago. But part of the reason that I'm here is to try to reconcile my past with both myself, with God, and hopefully with some people that I'll meet here. It's part of the continued growth. It's this coming to Selma is my Ebenezer Baptist Church moment. That I came full circle at that place. That changed me forever. I'm hoping to come here and to have that same experience, certainly be open to that same experience. That time that I was in Atlanta, John Lewis came and preached at the church we were at. He's a dynamic guy, but he's incredibly humble. He's a powerful person to be with. I had read one of the prefaces to one of the books and Congressman Clyburn had said, you know, he admired John, but he didn't know if he would be able to take the licks that John did. And I come down more with Congressman Clyburn in that I don't know that I would not fight back. I'm not the guy, I have a really hard time seeing myself just taking the beating that John Lewis did. But being here for just a couple of days, I was able to get in his skin just a little bit and going to the legacy museums in Montgomery, where I just drove in from. Was there 2 days ago or yesterday, and then went back today because it was just so much to take in. And I could feel myself getting more into that. We've got to take some time. Violence is not the answer. It might make us feel good. It might help us feel that we're defending not just ourselves, but defending a movement and a cause. But what is it going to do to change not this community, but to change this country? I mean, I think we've taken a giant leap backwards. I think we've done 50 years of backsliding in 2 years. Everything that I think that we would have fought for to get us to this point is in many ways, I think, lost. I mean, you were saying earlier that, you're from Washington and you don't feel that urgency. I feel that urgency. I mean, it's visceral. It's something that, you can really feel. It's not a, it's not a,
So what,
it's something you can really put your hands around. You can feel the difference.
so what do you think? What is the message moving forward from a white male in America, but from a spiritual standpoint, but then also from the standpoint of what has to be done as a whole? Is it the fighting? Because if we look at, why we're here because it is these group of people who have always, right? They've always been the fighters. When you just historically, when you look at what the African American has always had to do, fighting has been kind of the center point because of just situations they're in. So how could you, as a white man in America that maybe not have fought in the way that they fought, how can we move this forward from your standpoint? And then what do you think, what should we be doing?
I think it's going to take a personal relationship with people and to talk with them, and people who I've got a family member who's a doctor, who is this is where the political science degree comes in. I wondered where I was going to use my political science degree, and it wasn't until I was a priest that I realized both with church politics and politics, this is where I was going to be able to use it. So I've got a family member who is a Republican. He's a Trump supporter, but he runs a charity, a medical mission charity, and goes all over the world working with children to provide them medical care that they would never have gotten if his team, and he takes his students with him and volunteers to go and help them. So part of it is I'm perplexed at how I know he's a really loving guy. How do you stand on the other side politically than maybe you and I stand? And he's still this wonderful, caring human being. And I think that we've let politics steer what really is a human issue. I mean, what we're trying to do is repair relationships. I don't think that being a Democrat and being a Republican is just the only way. We've got to repair the relationships with one another. One of the first things that Jesus did when he started his ministry was to build a community. He called some people to help him. He put together a group of people. I don't know exactly how your organization got started, but I'm imagining that it didn't start with 100 people. It probably started with a talk or sitting around dinner sometime, or
We're an organization deeply grounded in relationships. Yep.
So it is about relationships. So I need to meet the African Americans that live in this town and put up with this stuff every day. And I've had lunch as well with white men who are on the other side of the issue. And just like, I wish we would not doing this thing at the bridge again. And it's got to the point, I believe, where a lot of them will say, let's just stay away from there while we know what's going on. We just let it happen. Just, we're going to go on with life. And I think it's over just talks at lunch, and it's just trying to.
So if I'm that guy, you're sitting in the middle between Merle and me. And you believe that people like you, it's essential that this kind of bridging quality has to be valued, treasured, emphasized in our society.
I'll use an example. When I had a pulpit, and it's a real privilege to have a pulpit. When I had a pulpit, healthcare was an issue. And I said to my congregation, don't raise your hands, don't indicate, but I'm going to ask you a question. If you heard the tires screeching outside the church and then you heard a crash and someone went outside and looked and said, oh my God, there's a horrible accident out there. How many of you would immediately call an ambulance and to get this person health care? And I talking to them, I know that every single one of them would say, absolutely, you got to do that. And then, but as they're getting ready to load him up on the ambulance, what if you found out that he did not have health care? And you were going to have to pay for that out of your pocket that you don't want. And at the time it was, labeled a bomb. He was going to be on that. That was going to pay his medical bills. Would you still call the ambulance? And a lot of people you can see, they couldn't help but shake their head yes. And then you had others who hung their head and thought, you got me there. So I think we need to have moments like that. I think Black people and white people need to spend more time together. I think we need to spend more time together and learn from one another. I think, frankly, as a white guy, I need to shut up and just listen and learn and let you do the talking. I need to be open to receiving that. I'm not talking about just, I hear what you say. I'm listening to you and I'm taking it in. And through some shared experiences, I can see that any distance that I thought might have been there, we start to close that gap.
What do you think, Merle?
Well, there's two folds, right? One, as an African American, we have talked enough. In all honesty, we have said enough. And I love the point. Talking about really this spiritual aspect, because I revel when you look at the story of Jesus. And who did he go to? He didn't go to the well-to-do, wealthy neighborhoods, if you want to use neighborhoods as an example. He said, give me the worst of the worst. So if we're going to utilize that as the centerpiece, as the catalyst, then we need to truly understand how and why that's so important, that he did not go to the wealthy. So I wonder though, from your standpoint, you said you're not in the pulpit anymore?
No, no.
Okay, you retired. So when you were in the pulpit, and even I guess to the current time, do you see where those teachings were important for your congregation to get, because that might have helped them understand what the civil rights movement struggle was about? Because I think it gets to the core. What do you think that gets to the core?
It does. It does. Along those same lines, and I absolutely agree with you there. One of the other passages that sticks with me is that Jesus tells his disciples, if you go into a town and they don't want to listen to what you've got to say, they're not interested in what you're selling, just get out. Go to the edge of town, knock the sand off your sandals, and move on to the next place. Don't waste your time talking to someone who does not want to hear it. At that same time, they might not want to hear it then, but 2 years later, they might be ready to hear it. So I look at it as you do it, then you go back and you do it again, then you go back and you do it again and keep back, because everyone changes throughout their life, and some people are, and some people don't. And I'm not ever want to listen to you, but there's some people that say, I've had an experience that changed the way I look at things, and I'm ready to hear that message now. When I talk with my dad, I can talk more about some of the things that I saw. And the response that I get from him is, you remember more than I did. And he said, I did not realize, I don't remember even doing that. And I'm shocked at some of the things that you're telling me I said. And I know he's not that same person now as he was 50 years ago. And here is a guy who now has two sons. We have three. Two of his three sons are ordained in the Episcopal Church. And he got involved in the church. He found a time where it's like, yeah, I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to listen a little bit more. And so it's not a waste of time to be able to go through and again and again and again.
I don't think it's a waste of time. I think not at all. I think it requires the grace and generosity of others.
A lot of grace.
Right? A lot of grace and generosity. And so when that grace and generosity continues to be exhibited and provided, then that's a gift, right? That's a gift. And part of, I think, getting that grace and generosity is to understand the fact that you are asking again for it. You're saying, okay, one more time. Can we try again? And it does seem like in America, there is not that earnest commitment from I think I struggle with people that are Christian identifying, who seem to exhibit an awful lot of behaviors that are inconsistent with the Christian teachings. Okay, and I am not hostile to Christianity at all. My wife is a minister. I have a faith background, but there just seems to be an absolute hypocrisy to that body of work. And yet, if you break relationship with such individuals entirely, then you've got no shot, no chance whatsoever. And so for me, I can muster that grace and generosity all the time because I don't feel that oppression on a daily basis. I don't generally. But what if I did? And especially if you come after something personal to me in my life, like the rights of somebody I believe in, or my own, right? Then it gets very, very difficult for for people to even want to talk about this anymore. There's nothing to talk about anymore. You made a choice. You made a set of decisions over and over and over again. So I think we're an organization where we believe in that grace and generosity. We are. I know that grace and generosity is best exhibited when someone also understands that they're receiving it. Right? So I think that's where the empathy of humanity becomes essential. It's like, I'm imperfect. Thank you for giving me this minute, this moment. Like, you have exhibited a lot of that in bothering to come to this conversation. Why you would do that, I'm going to ask you in a second. Okay, why you would do that? And to me, the reality is that you made a choice to come to Selma, and then something else led to this coming to this, right? Just like Merle said, I'm going to sit down and come and ask you this questions and so on. You've made a lot of choices too, Merle, in deciding to be part of this organization and to give it. I've seen you give grace and generosity all the time, and also to identify your own moments of struggle, right? So I would like to end this kind of segment with both of you, actually, just asking you about, like, how do you think about yourself in the midst of this complicated, very difficult environment where you might be really true, you might be absolutely right, enough's been said, but clearly not enough's getting done, right? So if you stop talking, man, it isn't going to get better, right? So you bear that responsibility, right? And you could easily just walk away. You don't have to come to this conversation at all. You don't have to be in Selma. You're in Florida. Florida has become one of the most red states in this country.
It's shocking. It's not the state that I grew up in.
Right. So I'm just wondering how you identify that personal responsibility in the midst of an environment where grace and generosity is not often present, but we've got to get there. And Merle, I'd really love to hear that from you.
Okay. I had to realize that it's very difficult, and I say this a lot when I talk to people who do not bear the same skin that I have a lot. The most frustrating thing that I have to deal with is when I walk out the door, I never get the opportunity to be Merle in certain people's eyes. I'm my black skin first. Then if you have a conversation, then we get to Merle. And that's frustrating every day to walk out your door and you just want to be recognized as the name your mom gave you, right? But then on the back end, as you alluded to, for me, I had to figure out, how do I fight? I may not want to be a protester. I may not want to be a politician. But for me, I chose a profession where I control at least how I can relay a message to the next generation. And I became a teacher, right? And so as a professor, every day that I teach, especially face-to-face or even, but not on the online capacity, but a face-to-face capacity, when I close that door, I think about, I need to speak to that white male or that young white female or the African-American male or the African-American female or an Asian child. I must speak to them to not believe what I believe, but pay attention to what is going on in your surroundings. And from that, you should be able to determine what your fight is in this thing that we call humanity. And so I live my life, which is why I give the generosity and grace, is because it's not my job to tell someone you have to do something, but it is my job to lay out kind of the the roadmap. And that's how I see teaching for me. Is I lay out the roadmap. You have to determine how are you gonna ride on this road? Are you gonna ride on a scooter, car, whatever your choice? I can't choose that for you, but I give you the roadmap. And I gotta give you the roadmap from its honest point.
I know that one of the things that in South Florida, we have a lot of Bahamian and Jamaican clergy. And along with what I'll call Southern Black clergy. I had a parishioner who, African-American guy from Kentucky, who sat in that, you know, he'd been going to church for a while and he realized not everybody that he was looking at who had the same color skin that he had believed the same thing or grew up with the same experiences. I think that one thing that I recall is knowing that I had some things in me that I had some baggage I had to get rid of. I had some things I needed to change within me that I really wanted to change. And I was not going to get that from someone who looked like me. And I made a concerted effort to hang out with Black priests who then appreciate the fact that I took the step to say, you need to tell me what I don't know. You need to show me some of those things that I'd never be able to see if it wasn't for you showing those things to me. And one of them famously said to me, he says, you got to remember one thing. You can't change the color of your skin, and neither can I. And you get to walk out and people are going to see you differently than they're going to see me. The same thing you just said. They're going to see, when I walked in, I think the first thing you said, oh, you got your clergy shirt on. You identify me, oh, you're a priest. You're saying that you walk out the door, the first thing they see is Black. And the reason I wore this clergy shirt was because I wanted to try to be able to bridge that gap between people who have been just put upon and treated horribly and be the bridge to other people who look more like me sometimes and be able to try to change their hearts. And I know that I can't do it by myself. You need to be able to teach me some of those things. And I need to be able to use the grace that God gives all of us to be able to hopefully get my foot in the door with somebody and be able for them to see people differently. And not just see a Black person, but to see you who you are. I think being a priest and a teacher are almost the same thing in many ways. You also heal the ignorance people who you're teaching because they just don't know. Some of it is they don't want to know. Some of it is they just had no idea. And as a teacher, you can do that. That's a gift. That's an incredible gift. I don't necessarily have that gift. My gift is that I'm willing to put myself out and take a chance to try to learn more and to try to help this gap. I want to be your friend so that I can help bridge the gap with someone who needs to be changed. You're not, I don't want to say it. My guess is you're here. I don't know. What brings you here to this weekend? Why are you here this weekend?
Well, one of the things is being with the Institute of Common Power. Like he said, they have taught where and we have a variety of, when we go on these learning tours, it is a variety of, as David always talk about, we're different in age in some spaces, color, and all of these things. And I get the opportunity to see more people not like me, see how they respond to these live learning experience, because it's a hard experience to go through. It's one to read it, but the way it's curated between David and Dr. Scott, it's almost like they're magicians. For me, they're magicians in the way that they have really put together, and not only put it together, but also give us the information. And it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, we are like information overload, because this is a 6-day, this is a 6-day boot camp, right? But what I've seen, and I've been in different groups all 3 times that I've been on these tours, it's never a moment where the group doesn't connect. And for that, anything that Common Power is doing, yeah, I see myself in it, because I believe in the same thing. And like you said, you're right. It's not going to take one group. It's going to take every single one of us. So because of them, yeah, I got to be here.
I think for you and I to do this quickly, I am counting on just being there. I've done this enough that I know that when I go tomorrow and participate and am just there with people like you, that it's going to influence me. It's going to change me. Because I'm open to it. I want to feel that, and I'm going to feel it.
I think coming to Selma as we wind down here, is like going on a learning tour, actually. It's people who are like-hearted. Not necessarily like-minded, always, but like-hearted, who come together and want to see maybe in your term, say the divinity in one another, the humanity in one another, right? And are willing and wanting to believe that we can still get to a better place. We can go across that bridge together.
Well, and I think, if I've got just for a second, as we cross that bridge, one of the things that's going to happen is we are also crossing the bridge, and we need to bridge the gap between the people who were experienced that back in 1965. There aren't many left. There are not a whole lot of people left, so it's up to us to carry that forward. Who is going to speak for all that past experience? And the only way I can do that is if I'm here and get the experience here, that I can speak with any authority and with any sense of grace to someone who has not experienced that yet. Because I'm at the age where I was too young to know what was going on. Now I'm at the age that I can talk to younger people, and I can talk to people about my own age, and try to bridge that gap who have not been here. Because it's the 60th anniversary. If they were 20, they're 80 years old. And there are not going to be a whole lot left. And just like the 80-year-old needs to speak with, I don't know how you learned about this, but I'm hoping in the experience that we had here today, which has been profound, will be also enhanced tomorrow by just being present there. So I hope when I had said that I wanted to shut up and listen, which no priest does, is that you'll at least respect the fact that I'm here at the age of 67. And I want to change. I'm not done growing. And I have no intention of not moving forward.
Anything else you want to say?
I mean, I would just end it up, yeah. I definitely hear your heart, and that's what we need. It reminds me because they make fun of me because I'm kind of the spiritual one that kind of bring these kind of things. And I'm not necessarily a priest or a preacher in that regard. However, right, it just reminds me of the story of Elijah when he was being told you have to listen to the voice, right? And a couple times he wakes up thinking it's Samuel talking to him, and it's not. And then finally, he is told, as you just said, be quiet and listen for the voice. When you hear it, you'll know what that voice is. And eventually, he hears the right voice. And it set him on his path and his journey. And I think that's what we all need to do is be set on that path and on that journey. And hopefully all of us who comes to Selma, you get to that point where like, yeah, I'm on that journey and I'm ready to cross this bridge, because I think crossing the bridge is kind of that moment.
I think my new friend is available. That's exact.
Mark, I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
It's 7 or 8 minutes after the hour right now. And we're gonna take a little bit of a break. We'll see you back here at 12 after. You don't want to go away. We're gonna close this strong with the story about the first family of Selma voting rights, the Boyntons. All right.
Okay. Hey, we're going live. We're going live here, folks. And I'm so fired up to talk to you about this, all right?
Thank you.
And we met just a couple of years ago, right? So can you tell us just who you are?
Kimeu Boynton, I'm a professor at Delaware State University and assistant dean, a Common Power family member.
Yes.
And a son of Selma, Alabama.
Yeah. I said that this last segment here is about the first family of Selma voting rights. Maybe there's others, I don't know. But nobody's more, in my understanding, connected to the long arc of fighting for voting rights in this town, in this county, than your family, all right? So you've probably been hearing that for a long time, some kind of way, haven't you?
Yes, more later in life, not early on, because they didn't talk about it a lot when I was a kid. So it wasn't until I got a little bit older, teenage years, and then even when I was in college, I would talk to my grandfather about his legal experience. I'm like, how come you never talked about this? So I think a lot of people, either they assumed that you knew, or it just wasn't a part of the normal everyday conversation.
And how does it feel to you?
It's two ways. One, it feels fine because I just had a regular childhood, not having any like pressure of knowing these things that happened. But on the flip side of that, it's like, man, I'm in the house with people that did these great historical things, and I'm, getting upset because they don't have the cereal that I wanted or something like that. So, yeah.
So I would love to start with your great grandmother, right? That's Amelia.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So Miss Amelia Platts, born Miss Amelia Platts in roughly around 1905, somewhere in there.
Yep, Savannah, Georgia.
In Savannah, Georgia. Graduates early from college, comes out to this area, or maybe returns to this area. I don't know what she'd been doing at that time, and becomes an agriculture agent, right?
Right, like sort of a home demonstration agent. So her soon-to-be husband, Samuel, was a agricultural, from my understanding, an agricultural extension agent. So she did more of the teaching women at that time, traditionally women in the home, how and I don't even know if schools use this term anymore, home economics.
Yeah.
Hygiene, cleanliness, storing vegetables, those types of things.
Okay. And so she's your great grandmother.
Correct.
So when you're born, like when you're 10, is she alive when you're 10?
She's alive until 2015 when I was 40.
Yeah. That's
So
right.
I knew her my entire life. Spent summers between Selma and Tuskegee, at her house, traveling. We did lots of road trips when I was a kid because she would go speak at different places. So we pile into her Cadillac, myself and my two aunts who were close to my age. I remember driving across Texas when I was a kid. You don't understand how big a state is.
That's enormous.
Yeah, it took us like a day and a half. Like, she seemed to know people everywhere. So, yeah.
So Miss Amelia Boynton, she gets married to Samuel Boynton, right? And so then this is your great grandfather.
Correct.
Samuel Boynton, right? And what can you say about Samuel?
So I don't know a ton about Samuel because he died before 1963, right? So the stories I've heard about Samuel, outside of the sort of the voting or the civil rights movement, Samuel grew up in Georgia. His family, they were farmers, hence why he became an agricultural demonstration agent. And he taught some of the basic things that I guess farmers take for granted now, crop rotation, things like that, keeping the soil rich and healthy. But his father was a cotton farmer. And his father, along with some other cotton farmers, both black and white, created a farmers cooperative. So they could set the prices for themselves because oftentimes prices were being set by outside folks who were textile folks who were going to buy the cotton that they produce. And sometimes I tell my students, cotton has this negative image for African Americans, but just like, you know, when we travel to Mound Bayou, you realize if you're coming out of slavery and you have a specific skill that you're really good at, obviously you're going to continue that agrarian or use those agrarian skills to produce the crops that you were working to produce when you were enslaved. And so it was only natural that a lot of those folks in the part of Georgia that he was from, which I believe is Griffin, Georgia, where we always had our family reunion, they grew cotton. And so Sam's father organized these other farmers so they could say, these are the prices we're going to cooperatively set for ourselves. And what my grandfather would tell me is they would challenge themselves to hold the prices. And farmers would go around and say, hey, are you still holding? I'm holding, right? Don't add to the whims of those cotton or those textile buyers. Because if one person breaks, then it breaks down the cooperative. So it was this idea, now we call them worker cooperatives or, not unions per se, but the idea that you could control your own destiny as a producer of a good versus let outside forces. So that's as much I knew about Sam. Obviously, hearing stories about him during the civil rights movement, I knew those stories, but I didn't know too much about his personal life.
So Amelia and Sam get married in the 1930s.
Correct. Yeah.
And they are two of a couple people. Maybe they're the first two. Don't know. I don't know. Maybe you do know. Start the Dallas County Voters League.
Right. So my understanding, it was started by a guy named Adams, who was a postal worker, and then he eventually moves to Detroit. And then they become they were a part of it, but they become the leaders of the Dallas County Voters League.
Okay.
Once he leaves.
And the stuff that you know, is this stuff you've read and researched and learned, or is this stuff that has been passed on to you?
So it's stuff mostly that I've read and researched. Because again, when I would go to my great grandmother's house, I was just a kid going there to stay with her. And she did all the things that normal grandmothers would do: cook for us, yell at us, take us around. But later in life, I understood her activism because DC General Hospital was being closed down. And my great grandmother calls me and is like, hey, I'm in DC. You need to get down to this protest with me. And I'm like, what? And I think she was in her 90s at the time. And I'm like, what are you doing in DC? She was like, they're going to close this hospital in Southeast and this isn't fair. And so that was sort of my, wow, she really is an activist. And I remember in the 90s when the Gulf War started, she wanted to go over to Iraq as a human shield. Okay. And my grandfather was livid, like, you're not going to, it was slow down. You don't need to do this stuff anymore. But she was always committed. So I learned a lot of this stuff through reading about her versus her talking about it. And I think that was just her humility, that it wasn't necessary to brag about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, she was just a very elegant, sophisticated Southern woman from my perspective as a kid. Very proper. She believed in table manners. You couldn't have your elbows on the table. She would remind you, remove your elbows from the table. And the one thing I do know about her that I find interesting, she did not believe one person should wash all the dishes, because we'd have family dinners at her house. Everybody had to wash their own dishes, their own plate, their own silverware, their own glass, including my grandfather, which I thought was crazy because here's this grown man, and I'm used to men in the 70s and 80s. They got up from the table and would go watch TV or read the paper, and typically the women would clean up the kitchen. And Amelia insisted, like, everybody has to share in those chores and duties, which I thought was odd, but also fascinating at the same, because I didn't know any other family that was like that.
So they're part of a group that becomes known as the Courageous Eight.
Correct.
Who fight for voting rights from the 1930s, for decades. Mm-hmm. And they are targeted, they have to work in secrecy often, but they sustain, right? They sustain. And Samuel passes in 1963. My understanding is that he and Amelia had agreed that they would use his funeral service as like an opportunity to
have the first mass meeting.
To have the first mass meeting. By which a mass meeting is the meaning of like what exactly?
It was a political meeting. It was something would have been considered illegal to do because you're talking to people about their rights. And that was dangerous in 1963, just as you look at revolutions or uprisings in other countries, and the first thing they do is ban the assembly or the gathering of people because they don't want folks to be able to talk about things that they have the right to talk about, but also things that they have a right to, human rights, civil rights.
And my understand is that she wrote the letter to Dr. King?
Yes, and it's funny, my wife and I were trying to track down this, we're trying to track down this park ranger because at the Lowndes County Interpretive Center, we found 2 other letters that she had written to King that we never knew existed.
Oh, okay.
One where she asked for money for a sewing machine. So these African-American women who had been fired from this nursing home could provide for themselves. But yes, she wrote to King asking that, hey, you need to come to Selma. There's things going on here that need your attention, and perhaps put a national face on what's happening.
So Dr. King comes in early 1965 and the voting rights campaign, as most Americans understand it, launches kind of then, but it's really been decades and decades and decades.
Correct. Yeah.
Right? And she's got a son named Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
And that's your grandfather.
Correct.
It's taken me like 2 years to figure it out. To figure it out.
And not to cut you, but it's like when you say great grandmother, most people's great grandparents don't live while they're children. They died off, and so I've had 2 great grandmothers who lived to be very old, and so it's just to me, I never said we called Amelia grandma because she never seemed to be that old to me, but it was she just had that spirit. But yes, Bruce is her son, my grandfather.
So Bruce, the son, the grandfather, I want to talk about him in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But there's this famous photograph that we have that we're putting up a collection of photographs around this room.
Mm-hmm.
That is your great grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
And she's been beaten on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, right?
Yes.
You mind if I bring it over?
No problem.
Okay. And this photograph this is Miss Amelia Boynton laying on the ground, knocked unconscious, with this state trooper, I don't know, proudly standing over her.
Almost as if he's saying, get up, you're not
Get up.
enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or you can't possibly be unconscious.
This is your great grandma right there, man. You've seen this photo or some version of this many times, I'm gonna guess, right? So on the one hand, it's no big deal, and right?
Mm-hmm.
But like, what's your thoughts?
My initial thoughts, I think of police brutality. That's my first thought, right? That this isn't a new thing, right? We have cameras now. People have cameras on their phones. They can record these types of things. But my other thought is the fact that, she's put her life on the line. And, I only kind of knew her as a grandma. I couldn't imagine anyone, much less an older woman. And I think at the time, she was 54.
Okay.
She was not,
You're not there yet.
right, exactly, right? So I think of the fact that, you're beating one of the most vulnerable members of a society, someone's mother, someone's grandmother. And you're right, the police officer really is kind of standing there proudly, like, look at what I did.
And I just look at, he's got the club,
Mm-hmm.
he's got the gas mask over here.
Right.
And it's like mission accomplished or job done.
Correct. And I'm looking at her and she has on gloves and
Mm.
overcoat and her purse. She was to me like the epitome of a Southern sophisticated woman, just going out to show the importance of registering people to vote. And this is what she's met with.
Yeah. So that's March 7th, 60 years ago yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've taken a look at this before, but there's these women here.
Yeah.
is it somebody else here? I can't quite see.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
there's-
this right here, right?
There's a
Right?
female there, yep.
And they're clearly grieving
Mhm.
and also probably hurt themselves.
Correct. And they're probably in awe of the fact that she's completely laid out unconscious. And my understanding, just from knowing people in Selma, is she was a well-respected member of the community. So I think the other thing you get is that if this can happen to her, it can happen to anybody. You know,
So we're gonna, in a second, look at another image of her, which is her at the signing of the Voting Rights Act. On August 6th, 1965, from March 7th. Did she ever talk to you about this day?
never. Never talked to me about that day.
Did she ever talk to pretty much in the family at all, do you think? What do you think?
Maybe she did. I don't remember. I do remember we went to one of her sorority convention, I believe, in Dallas, Texas. There was a Delta conference, Delta Sigma Theta
Oh,
conference.
she's a Delta?
Yeah, from my understanding, and she
Dr.
gave,
Terry Scott's a Delta.
right.
Okay.
She gave a speech there, and that's
Oh,
where,
there's a Delta in the back of the room, right? Okay. Yeah.
so I heard her give a speech there, but you know, when you're a kid, you can't put stuff into context.
Yeah.
You know, and I've been across that bridge 1,000 times, never understanding the gravity of that moment. Because as a kid, you just, you know, if they're not talking about it, how would you know?
Yeah.
I would go around Selma sometimes playing and like all over the place. And if I told someone my name was Kimeu Boynton, they would say, "Oh, are you Bruce? You are," as folks in the South said, "Are you kin to Bruce and Alice and Amelia?" I said, "Yeah, those are," you know, they're like, "Oh, we know," you know, but they would never say your grandmother was beat on the bridge.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they just wanted to know if I knew who those people were.
Is it weird at all to kind of like to know that like this is an iconic moment in the entire unfolding of American history?
Mhm.
This moment right here is one of the most important ones of them all.
Absolutely. It's weird. Luckily, my parents, and I'll give them the credit, my father insisted on watching anything on PBS that was important. So when Eyes on the Prize came out, it was like mandatory viewing. And that's when they explained to me everything that's what happened. But this was not Amelia explained. This was my mom and my mom and dad telling me this is what happened. But I do remember as maybe 7 or 8 years old, we went to the Schomburg Center in New York.
Yeah.
In Harlem, and seeing these images, but still being young. And I remember my mom saying, "Oh, you know, that's your great grandmother." But I wasn't, you know, I'm a kid running around, and I'm also like, why are we learning on a Saturday? You know, like, what's the point? You know?
Yeah, Saturday's not good.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And Dr. Terry Scott in the Institute have put all these, have carefully like researched these images and then gotten copies made, and they're going to be around the room.
Right.
This one is a celebratory image.
Right. LBJ and
Lyndon Johnson shaking is she shaking? I can't.
I think he is shaking her.
Shaking your great grandmother's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Rose Garden. At the signing of the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't have any family that have.
Okay. Record. I've never been to the Rose Garden.
Okay. I mean, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is how dignified she is. I mean,
She's got that look again,
yeah,
right?
she's meeting, I mean, clearly one of the most powerful men in the world. And there's nothing about her that says I'm not on the same level as you. You know, she's looking at him in his eyes, almost as if he's like, you know, almost being a bit more humble toward her. But that was the type of person she was. You know, she was going to say what she meant. Yeah.
When President Obama spoke here at the bridge in 2015, after John Lewis introduced him, and I had the life-defining honor to be here in the crowd. President Obama stood up and he said, thank you to so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, to Amelia Boynton Robinson. And he said, I had a chance to talk to her before the speech, before I talked today. And he said, I introduced myself and he said, hi, I'm President Barack Obama. And he's relaying the story. So who knows whether it's true or not. Right? Okay. And she said to him, I know who you are. Right. Okay. And he goes, I'm about to talk. And she goes, you better make it good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And I have another Amelia Boynton story. So at that 2015 50th anniversary, the mass meeting was on Thursday at Baptist Tabernacle, just like it was 2 nights ago. And it was packed. You weren't here, were you?
No.
So I happened to be here that weekend. It was packed, overflowed, downstairs, out in the streets, everywhere. And you couldn't get in the room unless you were really an entrepreneurial person, right?
Right.
So some of the students that were with me worked their way into the room. And one of them, her name is Kimeu, worked her way all the way to the front row and sat to your grandmother. And your grandmother was on the chair and they held hands.
Wow. That's powerful.
She was passing it on to this young next warrior.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the type of person she was. And I think she loved young people. She loved young. Anytime I would see photos, she was talking to a group of kids. I think that's who she was. And she was a teacher at art. She always told a story about some school or thing that she was running at some point in Selma. And there was a little boy who became famous. His name was J.L. Chestnut. But it was a school for like home economics. And this is the story she told, so I hope it's true. J.L. Chestnut was like, well, why can't I go to school? And she said, well, this is a school for girls, but you'll get your chance. But she was that type of person. Like, she wanted every child to be empowered.
Yeah.
So,
and that day of the march, which was Sunday, March 7th that year in 2015, we waited hours and hours and hours out here because the president spoke, John Lewis spoke, president spoke. And you had to go in for security way in advance. So we got here like 6 a.m. About a half hour before the march began, you could see that some dignitary was coming through the crowd because there were Secret Service
like moving
people, right? Not knocking people down, but just slowly making your way through. And you couldn't tell because we were packed.
Right.
But so my students got to go over this as soon as this ends, right? And it's Jesse Jackson pushing your grandmother, your great grandmother, who's in a wheelchair
at the time. Yeah. And that was like her last year of life. So that
it was
last March. Yeah.
Yeah, because she goes to the State of the Union that year, and then she passes in August. And Bernard Lafayette does the eulogy,
right?
For and
not to cut you off, but when my wife's in the audience. When she's at the State of the Union, that's when we learned she was at the State of the Union. Yeah, there was no people calling hey, grandma's gonna be at this. I think we may have learned earlier that day. But we live in DC and we're like, what? She's in DC. But she just moved around.
Oh, so she was living in no,
she was in DC, yeah, but it wasn't like we got advance notice, that she was gonna be in town. But she was as I mentioned with the DC General Hospital, but she just showed up and was like, hey, I'm here. That's the type of person she was.
And then she was going through the crowd. She was shaking hands and taking photos with all these young people. She was wearing the shirt that had her beaten in 1965 and that had the picture of her on it.
Right.
So, I mean, she's a hero of mine. She's amazing.
And I could tell as she was getting older, I would talk to her on the phone. You could hear her kind of slowing down. She was very lucid. So very
roughly 110.
Yeah. Yep. Roughly 110.
You got a long way to go, don't you?
I hope I make it.
So your grandfather, her son,
right?
Bruce.
Yes.
Right? Bruce becomes the plaintiff in a defining Supreme Court case in 1960,
Correct.
right? And can you tell the story of this, of like, how does this happen? What goes on here?
Yeah, so Bruce was a law student at Howard University Law School at the time. I'm gonna guess that he was in his either second or third year. But it's winter time. He decides to come back to Selma, where his parents lived, for the winter break. And as was at the time, people rode the bus or train. So he decided to ride the bus back to Alabama. And when he got to the bus station in Richmond, Virginia, he gets off, and in his words, he wanted a tea and a hamburger or a cheeseburger. And he looked at the station and went into the side that was reserved for whites. And he sat down at the counter. He ordered his cheeseburger and his hot tea. And the lady said, the waitress said, "I'll get it for you, but you can't eat it here." Or maybe she told him to go to the other side, and he's like, "No, I'm not." And if you knew Bruce, I won't use the word arrogant, but if Bruce knew something, you couldn't get him off of that.
Where do you go to college, by the way?
He went to Fisk.
Okay, because I've heard the saying of a Morehouse man, like that, like you know a Morehouse man when you see him.
Yeah.
Or what is it? What is it? You know?
You know a Morehouse man, you can tell a Morehouse man, but you can't tell him much.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell a Morehouse man, but you can't tell him much. So that's what you're kind of saying, right?
That would be Bruce. Yes. And he and I have battled and had arguments, and I'm like, oh my goodness. But anyway, so and I don't know if he learned this in law school, he had an innate understanding of the Interstate Commerce Act. And he knew that, things moving in interstate commerce, you could not have any type of discrimination tied to those things or to entities that had things moving in commerce. And so he refused to get up. They call the police. The police come. I think they tell him, "You got to get out of here." They give him another chance, and he's like, "No." And they arrest him. I believe he spent the night in jail, but they give him a $10 ticket, $10 fine, and he goes on his way. But one of the biggest issues, anybody who's going to law school, you have to do this character and fitness thing for the bar. Can't have any criminal convictions that cannot be explained. And even though it was a somewhat minor charge, his goal was to come back to Alabama to practice law. It was already difficult enough for a Black person to get admitted to the bar, no matter how smart they were. And so he decides he wants to fight this ticket that he got in Virginia. And it gets appealed. The federal court in Virginia, the Court of Appeals affirms Virginia's decision to have this racial or this discriminatory practice of separate eating facilities, dining facilities, and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court. The interesting thing about the case is Thurgood Marshall becomes his attorney for this case. And I remember, and this is how I found out what really happened. I remember being in law school, and Juan Williams wrote this biography about Thurgood Marshall.
Fox News.
The Fox News, right.
Uh-huh.
And at the time, I don't think he was with Fox News. I think he was either
NPR.
NPR.
Yeah.
And so I'm sitting in this book release because, they would encourage us to go so that you fill the seats for these people that would come. Plus, they always had free food and alcohol. So I'm sitting there and I'm flipping through his book, and it says, "Oh, this arrogant law student, Bruce Boynton, decides he knew more than Thurgood Marshall," and they laughed at him the day before arguments. I called my grandfather. I was like, "Man, do you know Juan Williams has this book out?" And he buys the book. He said, "I'm suing Juan Williams. This story is false." And he missed, So I said, "Well, what really happened?" And Bruce explained, "I kept telling them, you cannot argue equal protection and due process. You can't argue this 14th Amendment argument because it's a simple commerce issue. You're going to win on the Commerce Clause. It's the law, right?" But Thurgood and his other attorneys filed their brief to the Supreme Court arguing 14th Amendment. when you listen to the arguments, they argue Commerce Clause. Because Bruce was so adamant that night in the hotel before the argument that you're not going to win. And so one of the justices, when he writes his opinion, says, even though the brief was on the 14th Amendment, the Commerce Clause argument is applicable here, that you cannot discriminate in any facility where things move in commerce. So Bruce always looked at that as, I'm smarter than all these lawyers. And they didn't want to listen to me. Of course, he was like, why would Juan Williams write this? He didn't know the story. I knew what I was talking about. So, but then he eventually ends up working for Thurgood Marshall.
He does?
Yes. So Alabama holds up his bar application for like 6 years.
Really?
And so he had no choice but to take the bar in Tennessee. And he works in Chattanooga. And a lot of people don't know, but Bruce worked for a few years in Chattanooga doing school desegregation. And they won some pretty significant cases. But he worked, Thurgood would come down from DC to check in on attorneys at different places. Bruce would see him from time to time. They would, I guess, go out as attorneys did at the time, have drinks, commiserate about what was happening with desegregation in those areas.
Did Amelia, great grandmother Amelia, or grandfather Bruce? I've hit these kind of moments of great heroism. Was there also manifest difficulty and pain out of some of the experiences that they've had?
Not that I know of. And it's interesting because yesterday we were talking, and I know Charles Malden was stating that, some of these things you just don't talk about, right? And maybe suppress them. So I don't know that there was any great pain associated with this, but I know that Bruce was very much someone who had no inferior bone in his body. I don't think he was raised that way. I think his upbringing was about, you are as important as you want to be, and you can do whatever you want to do. There was no like, oh, you got to be careful. I don't think that was a part of his upbringing. So if there was pain associated with it, I wouldn't know about it. I think he just knew, like, I cannot be stopped from ordering a sandwich and a tea. Like, I know what the law is, even as a second year law student, and I think most people that go to law school feel arrogant about, I know the law. And I think Bruce just felt strongly enough about what his position was that there would not have been any association like that. I know that he would get frustrated from time to time with legal cases. He represented Walter Griffin, I think that's his name, from Just Mercy, Brian Stevenson's book. He and J.L. Chestnut were his trial attorneys. And I remember being about 12 years old and him just being not angry, but at the time I was here in the summer and he would just be frustrated with the fact that they couldn't get a change of venue for this poor guy. And he was sitting on death row during trial. And I'm trying to understand, well, what does that mean, change of venue? And he's like, well, they're going to try him in this court and it's racist and, we can't get it moved to another county. And of course I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I don't know what that means, but.
You're a lawyer, right?
Used to be, yes.
Do you still have your license?
No, I'm inactive now.
Okay, so you got a law degree?
Yes.
You went to the University of Chicago, right?
No, University.
That's an inside joke, all right?
University of Wisconsin, go Badgers.
Because Dr. Terry and Scott.
Yeah.
Always.
I heard they had a law school.
I heard that in law school.
I didn't know if that was true or not.
So I've known you for 2.5 years. And it's been a joy.
Same.
Thanks. Is Kimeu today the same Kimeu that was 15 years ago, or are you? Because I can tell you right now that I'm not the same I was 30 years ago.
No.
So I'm wondering, yeah.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's funny you ask. A lot of stuff, having being born in Selma, living here for 7 years, moving away, coming back every summer. I was just a kid, right? I was just a kid that was allowed to be a kid. I remember my father even saying, your only job is to get good grades and have fun, right? And my grandfather was a very similar type of person. As important as he was, or smart as he was, the only thing I ever did with him was go fishing, go hunting. I would go to court with him sometimes 2 blocks away.
Oh, at the courthouse?
Yeah, at the courthouse. I'd have a little blue blazer on and I'd have to sit there, you know, bored as hell. I didn't know what he did. It seemed important because he would stand up and say stuff, and I'd see people saying sustained, overruled. But, you know, once he was done, he was just a grandfather. So I look at all those things, and it wasn't until I came to Georgia and Alabama with Common Power that it kind of hit that, wow, a lot of significant things happened. I mean, I knew that, obviously, knowing the history, but the way it was presented, you kind of feel the gravitas of it, and the importance of these people who to me were just family members. You know, I would get excited as like I was telling my wife, across the street, there used to be a restaurant with a balcony overlooking the river.
Right over here?
Right over here, right where the little park is.
Okay.
And I would get excited because my grandfather would say, hey, let's go get a drink. You know, like I was a grown up. And he would tell the bartender, you know, I'll have a scotch and get my grandson whatever he wants as long as it's a Coca-Cola. And I would feel so like, you know, my dad didn't even do that, you know, so to me now, it's like I understand these people in a different way, but I also understand, and perhaps this goes back to your question about the pain. Now I understand why my grandfather was such just a grandfather, that it wasn't about, I'm Bruce Boynton, I'm this important civil rights icon. I think for him, it's like, I just want to be a regular person. I want to be a good grandfather. I remember his boat broke down on the Alabama River. We were fishing one time and I was so worried. He's like, the river has a current. We'll float back to the marina. I'm like, okay, you said it. I trust you. But never thinking of him as like Boynton versus Virginia.
Yeah.
That would have been the farthest thing from my mind. But now I understand it in a different sense because I see the impact. Having crossed the bridge with Charles Malden and incidentally, I've known Charles my whole life, 50 years, I think, since I was 3 months old. And I never knew these things about Charles. It was like people didn't brag about themselves. I don't think they were like, we're history makers. I think it was, we did what we had to do in that moment.
Yeah.
Because it had to be done. And so I often think of my grandfather that way. When I was in law school and even after, I had my Westlaw and LexisNexis subscription, and he would call me and say, hey, I got this case. I was like, I need you to pull every case you can find. And I print out all these cases and send them a FedEx with like, you know, it would cost me like $80 because it was so heavy. And I'm like, hey, Grandpa, did you ever, what happened with that case? Oh, I settled that case a year ago. I said, man, I'm broke. You know? And so he's like, all right, how much do you need? And he'd send me a check. But I'm like, you know, what was the settlement amount? He would never tell me that.
So this understanding that you've gained or that you further gained or renewed gained, does it matter in how you're living your life and the things you're trying to do?
I think it does because it helps me be a better professor. It helps me really use history in a different way. Because when we think about history being taught, oftentimes it's like, well, what's the importance? The civil rights movement. I've even had students say, like, Mr. Boynton, that's like 20, 30, 40 years. That's ancient history. Nobody thinks about that anymore. But now I have the ability to show the connection, right? The connection to a contemporary issue. This is where it started. We were on Dexter Avenue, and I remember you were telling us about the Military Reconstruction Act and disenfranchisement. And this ties into what's happening in places like Florida, where felons are being challenged, even though they have. And so it's like, once you have a way of using that knowledge in a way to show that things haven't really changed that much, but here's how we can challenge them. So it's made me a better professor, I think. It's made me a better professor.
Okay, last question. What is coming to Selma on the 60th? You come to Selma a lot of times. You spent summers, you said here, right?
Every summer.
I believe you said your wife said you could move here. You've told very clearly, no.
No, I think the closest might be Montgomery.
But common power and this building and us sitting here, right? You were your great grandmother, and then she marched again. Your family, you've gone across the bridge thousands of times, you said. What is your thought about Selma and just this common power connection and where this city's going and so on?
That's a tough one because as I drive around Selma, and I've taken my wife around, I've taken my colleague, Professor Holloway, my colleague,
up here, Murray.
right, exactly, my colleague, Jeff White, and I'm showing them places, and I see the devastation, not only of the tornado, but I see the economic devastation of a military base closing in the 70s and it never really bouncing back. I have hope for Selma, but and this is going to be sad to say, I visited my grandfather before he passed away, and he called and he was like, hey, and I think my aunt was like, hey, you need to go see grandpa because he's not doing well. My wife and I came down and we were just sitting in his room reminiscing of things that had happened when I was a kid. And I said, man, you remember how Selma used to be? And his response brought tears to my eyes. And he said, and then they called me Kim when I was growing up. He said, Kim, Selma's dead. And I hated that was what he last saw, because I think there's a lot more promise here when you see this building, and when you see shops, the festival. I think there can be renewed hope for Selma. I'm sad that he died seeing Selma. Then of course it was during COVID, which also had a ripple effect. But I hold out hope that there might be a major industry that decides to move to Selma. And I think a lot of the problems that you have in Selma, they're not exclusive to Selma. There are cities all around the country, small towns, not far from where I live in DC, that are just like this, where some things have left and it's never bounced back. So I want Selma to be able to capitalize not only on the civil rights history, but on the strength of people in this town who are resilient, who may decide to stay and not go away and never come, or just visit on Bloody Sunday or Jubilee weekend. So I hold out hope. I do hold out hope. And it's, I think things move in cycles. So I was sad that was his response. But I also know that he knew a different Selma as well. The Selma of his boyhood and of my boyhood was the same. There were shops up and down Porter Avenue, downtown was bustling. And there was a community. My wife and I met a friend from across the street on Lapsley Street. And we sitting there talking, I'm like, do you remember anybody locking their doors? And nobody locked their doors in Selma. I mean, I could go from house to house and eat, stay out past the streetlights. There was never any issue of safety or anything. I think some of those things, we need to build that community back.
You drove 8 hours to get here or something, right?
12.
Yeah. And you're driving 12 back tomorrow?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So coming here took a bit.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We're wrapping up here now for Saturday, March 8th. And I'm so glad I'm doing these. We're doing these conversations because I'm getting so much out of them, man. Thanks to everybody, Merle, everybody. Tomorrow, Sunday, starts early. 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 a.m. Eastern time, 7 a.m. Selma time, which means I gotta drive here from my. All right.
6 o'clock.
Yeah, I gotta start at 6, but you gotta be here a little bit early to make sure it's all working, right? So, but the reason we're starting so early is because it's Sunday in Selma. And commemorate the 60th anniversary, I just didn't want to miss a moment of that. So we're gonna start tomorrow at those times, 5 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. Eastern time. And we're gonna be joined tomorrow by a variety of people, including Shamari Figure, representative. Gonna be joined perhaps by Akeem Jeffries. And we're certainly gonna hear from some locals, and some of our educators are gonna go over to the courthouse and talk about the Teachers March. And then we're gonna be able to watch thousands of people walk across that bridge. It's an honor. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.